Yeah, exactly. Right.
We've been surviving. We've been doing all right, and it's great.
Well,
for an hour with the tower.
Yeah.
We're going to try and run through a little bit of what's happened to Steve Warburton.
welcome to another hour with the tower, and we have had to go to Vegas for the next special guest because, regarded as the best online MTT player in history with 16.5 million lifetime total earnings, under the legendary nickname Moment One, which now means you know who it is, 5.9 million in lifetime earnings, holding 2 of the 3 Triple Crown. He's got a World Series bracelet and a WPT. He's 9th on the all-time money list in England, but that doesn't matter because for an hour with the tower, it is the one and only Mr. Chris Moorman.
Thanks for having me on the podcast, Bill.
Oh man, how you doing? How's Vegas?
Yeah, good. Like it's getting hot here actually. Oh well, obviously it's summer, but actually it's not as hot as it normally is for the the World Series every summer. It's been quite chill. It's actually you can go outside and not sweat your balls off, so it's been nice.
How's lockdown been?
Yeah, not too bad actually. Like I was quite fortunate because just before it all went down, I was away. I was in England in the whole of January. I was playing a couple of live tournaments. I had an 8-at-8 tournament in Madrid, and I was playing a big tournament at Dusk Till Dawn as well. So I was away for the whole of January, and then just before it all kind of went down, I got back and I was in Vegas because obviously it would have sucked to being sort of away somewhere and not being able to get back home and being apart from my wife for like months. So yeah, I was kind of lucky that I was back home and at least I wasn't lonely. I had someone to hang out with, and yeah, no complaints really.
You've been in Vegas a couple of years, all right?
Yeah, like on and off. I kind of split my time between traveling the circuit still and and like staying here.
Brilliant stuff. We're going to start basically at the beginning because how did you learn? Where did you first start playing poker, and when was it?
God, it feels like a lifetime ago now. Guess it was like I was at university at Essex University studying economics, not doing too hot, like kind of failing. I was getting distracted. Like at the time, I was getting distracted by pool. I'd always played pool growing up, and then we at university I joined the pool club. We had a pretty good team. We played in the national championships every year, and I guess this was it was up in Derby, I think, the national championships, and we'd gone to Derby, played that year. I think it was my first year at university. And on the way home, one of my friends saw in like the student newspaper about this free tournament on Victor Chandler Poker that all students could play. It was free to buy in, and the winner would get. I think the winner got the equivalent of about $500, but they also got a seat in this big live tournament in London. So me and my friends didn't even know the rules of poker at this point, but we decided, okay, we'll give it a spin. It's free to enter. It was on a Monday night, so there was not much going on campus that night. So me and my like 4 flatmates went on Yahoo because it wasn't even Google back then. We went on Yahoo, printed out a set of rules, started playing amongst ourselves with like two pence coins, and yeah, just played the free roll every week. And first sort of 5 or 6 times did absolutely nothing kind of thing and lost every hand. And then I actually came second one week for like $120. Obviously, I was gutted to come second because I missed out on the live seat, but still $120 was good money to me. I was a broke student. So now I had the dilemma of whether I cash out and sort of take my money and run or sort of play around with it and see what happened. And I was really 50-50. I kept asking everyone because I didn't want to be determined as a gambler kind of thing. And in the end, I just decided to sort of have fun with it. And it went from there, really.
You've turned into, obviously, the early days of poker, you've turned into the number one, an absolute phenom. We've looked back at your pocket fives. Do you know exactly or roughly how many online cashes you've got on Pocket Fives. There might even be more that's not been on there. But would you like to have a guess?
God, I don't know, like maybe 10,000. I don't know.
It's just 11,594. That's to date.
So that's a lot of poker, yeah. A lot.
That's a lot of poker. That's a lot of cashes, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cashes. Your first on there is fifth for 13,000 in July 2006. I'm not being funny. That's 14 years ago.
Yeah, that's not a bad first cash either, right?
where is it? Apart from the years, where have they gone? 13,000 as a first cash. Was it instantly? This is going to be bankroll, or are we just going to squander it?
Well, actually, it's kind of funny because I'd been playing poker for quite a long time at that point, and I was playing mainly cash games on the Victor Chandler site.
Yeah.
And it was the first. The site got shut down. It was I can't remember what the exact act it was called under, but it got shut down. And I only really played on that site at the time. It was quite a small site, but I knew everyone. I had like my all stats on everyone. I was just a cash game player, played a few tournaments on the side. And I was like, okay, I'm going to have to move sites. But I was really reliant on my HUD back in the day, which is kind of funny because I don't really use it anymore. But yeah, so I was like, okay, I can't play on, like the big sites at the time, Full Tilt and PokerStars on the cash games there without having all my database set up. And I didn't really know much how to, do all that kind of stuff. So I had to wait for my friend at university to be free, and he had exams that week. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do? I haven't got, can't take a week off poker. I was addicted to it. So I was like, okay, I'll just dabble in a couple of these tournaments. I played like this Sunday online tournaments that I hadn't really played before on the sites because I was like, okay, well, I don't need my database for this. And I played them, and I was like shocked at how much worse the players were in the tournaments and the cash games. And obviously, I had that 13K score that day. I came fifth, I think, or something like that in the big Full Tilt Sunday tournament. And from there, I was kind of hooked on the tournaments. I really enjoyed just the different dynamics, different stages of the tournament. And before that, I'd just been playing cash game, kind of building my bankroll. I'd done pretty well, but the games were starting to get a bit stale because, with cash games, you always feel like you have to keep moving up and up when you're doing well. And I didn't really want the swings of, even if you're the best player in the world, you're playing big cash games, you're going to have crazy swings. So, yeah, I just got hooked on tournaments. And then even when I got my buddy to set it all back up, I tried to start playing cash games again, and it just wasn't the same. And yes, that's how I really started, really, because at that point, I'd been playing cash for maybe over a year and been doing well. But obviously, cash and tournaments, there's different, levels of. I was just going under the radar kind of thing.
Did you multi-table? Was it mad? Did you have screens absolutely everywhere?
Oh yeah, I was one of the biggest multi-tablers. I was just like, my philosophy was like, if you're not in it, you can't win it. But like also, I didn't really have a timeout and stuff. I was 99% of the decisions were like real quick for me. I was always been amazing at maths, like one of my strongest point. And so like I just would put different tournaments on. I had like 2 screens, and I put them at different parts of the screen, which ones were important to me, which ones were getting deep. And so I just did it like that, and I played, would pay more attention to the ones that were obviously deep in the tournament, and I would late register a lot of tournaments so that I just didn't miss the tournament, but I could still play and just come in a bit later when the blinds are bigger. Yeah.
So basically, it more or less gave you the impetus that this was the career and this was it. What were the parents like? What were the family like? Or did you keep them under the radar for a year or two?
Well, yeah, kind of pretty funny. Maybe a year or 2 or 10 almost. No, well, because what happened was I was playing at university and sort of going to less and less of my lectures, doing really well. At first, it was just sort of a bit of fun, and then I was making some serious money, and I was like, wow, maybe I can do this for a career. And then it almost got to the point where I had to do it for a career because I basically had to drop out of university because I got so far behind. I tried to stop playing and catch up with my studies, do my dissertations, which is like 10,000 word document on your subject. But yeah, I just couldn't get past the first sentence really. So I went into the I went into the dean of the university and told him that I was gonna sort of leave my degree, and he was like, "Oh, what are you going to do?" And I told him poker, and he kind of laughed in my face. And the only person I really told outside my friends was my sister, and I kind of was my younger sister, and I got her to because I had to confide in someone. And I knew my parents wouldn't, probably jump at the chance their son's going to be a gambler and play poker. But at this stage, I didn't even know if I could do it myself. I was, I'd had a few good months and stuff, but yeah, I didn't know if it was sustainable. So yeah, I just grinded. Stayed at university. A couple of my friends were in a lower year than me, so I just stayed on the campus and played a lot of poker. Just took up all the information I could and got better and better, and paid off all my student loans. And then in the end, when at the end of my university, I ended up making up that I passed my degree essentially, which. But I went for I basically said I got a third, which is the lowest pass possible. So they kind of believed me, my parents. But obviously I didn't have a degree to go and get a job. So I had to tell them, that I wanted to give poker a try, and they were very skeptical. But my dad gave me, he'd seen that I paid off all my student loans. So obviously they were happy about that I didn't have any debts and stuff, and I had some money in the bank. And he wrote down every all the money I had in every poker site, had all my bank account details, everything. And he gave me 6 months to see how much, essentially I'd increased my bankroll in that 6 months to see if it was sustainable to live on and stuff. So that 6 months, at the time, I guess I was 20, 21 years old. And I was just all my friends are going out on a Friday night, and I was just I've got to stay in and play poker. I have to play every day to just, make sure I hit enough money where my dad's going to be impressed and let me do this as a career, not send me back to school kind of thing. So I really didn't want to go back. And yeah, luckily those 6 months went really well. I qualified for my first ever World Series at that point, got smoked there. So that was a bad start because obviously, Vegas always gets you do a bunch of money there. So then I had to grind it back even harder. And yeah, those 6 months went well, and just kind of went from there really. But it wasn't actually until my second book came out where I kind of said some of these stories and stuff that my parents didn't know. I never told them that I hadn't got my degree until 2 or 3 years ago. So yeah, I had to break the news just before the book came out. But luckily, yeah, it all worked out in the end.
Your first few live tournaments, your first Ending Mob, 124th in the World Series 2K for 4,056. That was June 2008.
Right.
What was it like playing in Vegas for the first time? And how did you find it going to Vegas? Because obviously you played a lot online. So playing live to playing online, did you just have the complete contrast and thought this is just as easy as playing online?
No, far from it. And to be fair, that that's my first tournament cash, but I'd played quite a few tournaments before that and not even cashed. Yeah, as I said, I'd gone to I think it was it 2000, maybe the 2007 World Series, or maybe it was 2006, which was the one that Jamie Gold won. That was that one. It was
2000. That was 2006.
Okay, so I played that one, and obviously you just said that my first cash was in 2008, so I'd obviously played a few tournaments in between as well. But I tried to, I was sticking, mainly I stuck to sort of what was my bread and butter, playing online. And if I satellite into a tournament online, I'd go and play the live tournament. But yeah, I didn't have much live experience, and it was quite a different game to me, just dealing, just so many differences. So it definitely took a lot of time for me to get used to it. Even the first sort of 3 years after I cashed, I never really cashed anything big, compared to what the buy-ins were. I was definitely a losing player at live poker to begin with. And just trial and error really, and just perseverance. And then, I think it was 2011, it all kind of clicked for me. And it wasn't even that I was doing anything that different compared to before in live poker, but I was just winning the key flips, winning the key hands, had a little bit of extra confidence to go with my read and stuff. And yeah, I think in 2011, I sort of had a breakout year in live poker and actually started showing that I could be a winning player live as well as online, rather than before, where I was just sort of winning online. And then every time I played a live tournament, never cash in or min cash in, never make the final table. So yeah, it was quite a transformation.
Well, the first time we ever met
Yeah.
was
A long time ago. Yeah.
It was the same year, 2008. It was Luton, the GUKPT. You finished 17th out of 376 entries. Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, yeah, of course, cricket. Yeah, I gave him all the chips as well. With like 17 left, I started his career for sure. And it was funny because the night before we'd met, I think we'd been staying at the same hotel, and they had a pool table, and he's really good at pool, and I play a lot of pool, as I already said. So we played a few games of pool. I was chatting to him, and actually he's and his friend, who actually I knew more than Sam at the time, Pete Linton. And yeah, then we happened to both go deep in the tournament, and we played a huge hand. And my friends still make fun of me for this hand to this day. And you're actually in the background. I could hear you in the middle of the hand with your loud, booming voice. And it was like, I think it was a 3-bet pot, and I had a pair of queens, and it came like 2, 3, 4. So like pretty safe flop. And Sam check called, and then turn was a 5, so pretty bad card for me. Obviously, any ace makes a straight now, but then the river was a queen, and so I now made top set, and Sam shoved all into me, and in my head I was like, like in this spot, he never really, he either has an ace or he's turning like pair of 9s or pair of 8s into a bluff, and I thought he was capable enough to do it, so I ended up calling. I didn't like, it was back in the day when people didn't really call 3-bets out of position very much. I was, especially when online, like I was used to people just folding or 4-betting. Maybe live poker, was quite different. But I basically thought if he had ace king, he would have been all in before the flop. So I didn't put him on an ace king. And if he had ace queen, I blocked, and there wasn't many combinations left of that because I had 2 queens. And so ace jack offsuit, I thought he would fold before flop. And so yeah, I ended up calling him because I thought he was turning like a 6s, not 6, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s all into a bluff. And yeah, he just had ace jack, and I looked very silly, and it was a huge pot. And I just remember behind me, you were saying something about, Chris Moore has called and he can't even beat an ace. Oh wow, Nido as well as I'm walking up. But yeah, that was my first big sort of deep run in a good tournament. So it was exciting for sure. But yeah, it was definitely very memorable as well.
Sam got the trophy. He did indeed.
Yeah, I used to use my chips wisely.
But in 2008, it wasn't all bad because he became the world's #1 for the very first time. Had you been chasing it? Was this something that you obviously you're keeping control of what you were doing online? You were knowing you were there. You were top 10, top 5, #1. What did it mean?
At the time, it meant everything to me. It's like what I'd sort of devoted the last sort of few years of my life to. I was playing poker at that stage way more than even now. Like I was playing 6, 7, sometimes 7 days a week, every week, all day, long days. But like to me, it didn't feel long, like the hours went so fast. I was really enjoying it. I loved the game. I was just learning all the time, getting better. And so it wasn't like, to me, it wasn't a job. I was just doing what I loved doing. So, but yeah, once I discovered Pocket Fives and saw the rankings, obviously you start at the bottom in the thousands, and I was like always wanted to get into the top 100, so I could start talking. Like my thing was like I wanted to talk strategy with the other sort of top players, but I didn't want to message them before they were while they were ranked higher than me, because I thought they wouldn't accept talking to me, kind of thing. So I was like, okay, once I'm in the top 100, I can chat to this guy and message him. And so I kept like moving up, and it gave me incentives to keep moving up. And then obviously, like making #1, we always thought, oh wow, maybe, you dreamed of it, but you didn't think it was possible. But then, suddenly you start making the top 20, you think, wow, I could maybe do this if I run good for a couple of months, win a big one. And yeah, so to finally get there was an amazing feeling. It felt like a real accomplishment, And like at the end of the day, like the rankings, a lot of it was playing. You had to play a lot to get up there because of the volume thing. But normally, if you were, it was like to get #1, you had to be doing well as well. So it was definitely a sign that I sort of was being successful as well.
Yeah, I think one of the first videos we'd done, and we've obviously, because we've been in lockdown, we've been rerunning some of the videos on Grosvenor. and the
Yeah.
GUKPT. You were sat talking with Adam Clark from Blackpool, Clarkatroid.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, good guy.
Yeah, I think you said in the interview you just dropped away from number one, but you were going to get it back. So it was a fantastic interview. There were no chin hair.
Yeah, no.
We'll try and dig it out for you and send a link, because it was a fantastic video. You and Clark were just bouncing off each other, because obviously you knew a lot about him playing so much volume online.
Yeah. I think that was the first time I met him as well. So I sort of played him online. So that's always exciting when you got to meet people in real life after you played a lot against them online and stuff. And you know, it was weird. Like, even though you sort of didn't know each other that well, like you kind of, if you felt like you knew each other for years, kind of thing. Like, I met a few of even at my wedding, like a couple of guys who were like in my groomsmen party. I met them through, you know, I met them 10 plus years ago through poker, and we've stayed close friends ever since.
Yeah. No, we can't we can't not have an interview with Chris Moorman and talking about the father in the GUKPT circuit.
Yeah, he'll be like, why are you
in Manchester? This is one of the greatest little stories of a GUKPT title. I do believe it was a birthday present. Is that correct?
Yeah, belated birthday present, because I was at the time I was living in Australia, and my dad's birthday is on Valentine's Day, and so I didn't get back till, I guess I got back from Australia in like March, so it was a month after my dad's birthday, and I was like, oh, what do you want for your birthday? And he was like, oh God, it's gone now, you missed it, blah blah blah, moaning. So I was like, come on, give me an idea. And then I actually came up with an idea. I was like, how about this? I'm gonna, like, he was playing a bit of poker just on online, but low stakes. He'd only really ever played one live tournament before, and that was a £10 rebuy at Southend Casino, so a little bit different. But I was like, how about this? I'm going to go up and play this tournament in Manchester. It's £1,000 to buy in. I'll buy you in, and like we can work out maybe like a backing deal or something. But I'll buy you in, and no pressure. We both play the tournament and go up, have like a father and son bonding weekend kind of thing, and just have a good time and have fun with it. And he was a bit reluctant at first because he didn't want to embarrass me, and he'd never really played live, so he was a bit nervous. But in the end, he agreed to go, and that was good for me as well, because I don't drive, so he gave me a lift up there.
Ulterior motive.
Yeah, it was an expensive Uber, but whatever. No. So anyway, we both played the tournament. This was at the stage as well where I'm dusting hard in live poker, never done anything good. And so I'm thinking, okay, this could be the one for me. And anyway, we get to first break, and he's enjoying meeting everyone. He's meeting all the lads, kind of thing, that he's sort of followed online, because he really enjoyed railing me and stuff like that. So he met Trig, a few of the other boys. And on first break, we were all chatting, you know, how everyone does. Oh, I'm up to this, chip stack or whatever. And he's tripled up. I don't even know how. He must have been getting out of line for sure. But I was like, okay, you need to chill out. Like, you've got some chips now. Just play patient. It's a long tournament. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So I was trying to coach him on breaks. And after day one, we both made it through, and we were both actually top 10 in chips. So that was really kind of exciting. So like, we're up for a few hours at night, sort of chatting like two mates kind of thing, adrenaline's pumping, trying to get some sleep before day two. And then day two comes about, and I ended up losing a big hand. I actually get knocked out 5 before the money, so I was a bit gutted, because I was thinking, oh, this is my tournament kind of thing. But I regrouped, went to the bar, got a few beers with a few of the guys, and then went to rail my dad because he was still in. And you know, at first he just wanted to make the money, made the money, he had a decent stack, and then after that, though, he really wanted to make the final table, and that's where it kind of started going a little bit wrong, because he started changing his game, and he played too tight, and he was blinding out, and he got down short. And I tried to tell him on the break, okay, if you get anything, you're going to be big blind after the break. If you get anything in the big blind, just go with it. You know, you're only down to like 8 big blinds or something like that, I think. Yeah, so it's like anything half decent, king 9, whatever, go with it if it's a late position open. And folded to the legend of UK poker, Surinder Sarnar, on the button, and he was chip leader at the time, so he was playing very aggressive, like raising every hand. No one was really playing back at him, and he's 3.5x it on the button, like everyone did back then. And my dad was in the big blind. He pushed all his chips in like Phil Helmer style. I was like, okay, I'm on the round, like saying, no, he's got a good one here. That's good, yes. And then Surinder's in the tank, because you know he's probably pot committed at this stage, made it 3.5 big blinds. My dad only had like 8 big blinds, but obviously he's, you know, he's not got a good hand by the way he's tanking. So I'm like, okay, we're going to be in good shape here. And he finally calls and they flip over the cards. And Surinder had like Jack 5 off, and I was like, oh wow, hopefully my dad's got like him dominated, like jacks, queens, like ace jack, something like that. Yeah. And my dad just proudly flipped over his 10-6 offsuit. I was just like, what the fuck? And then before I knew it, they just dealt the flop and it came 7-8-9. He just flopped the straight. He was like, yeah, I told you, I knew. He's like, and then he doubled up there and he just like turned into a new person. He just like went back to his old self, just going like playing every hand, and you know, got to the final table and everyone else was trying to ladder up, play ICM, and my dad was just, you know, going for it, putting them in a coffin, and ended up getting heads up, and yeah, the rest is history. Like, it was crazy because I was watching. It was so weird watching on the rail because it was out of my control. I couldn't, you know, it was down to him, and I was so nervous for him. But yeah, for him to get the win was just really a fairy tale. And then it kind of like the reality sunk in, because then he started giving me shit for having a bigger cash for the next year of my life. I had to like focus more on live poker because I was like, I can't have this for, you know, forever. Everyone in me is to tell them that I was a professional poker player, but he had a bigger cash than me. So yeah.
Well, he finished 13th in the Champion of the Champions as well, and that's his only 2 Ender Mob. Like, that's the only 2 cashes he's got on the Ender Mob. The Champion of Champions are winning the GUKPT.
No, he always says, "Oh, I've probably got one of the highest ROIs in live poker." Like, because, you know, he didn't really start playing much. He played like 1 World Series poker event, like a 1500. He got some of the boys to buy a piece of him when he came over to see me in Vegas one year. And I think that's about it, really. So he's played like 3 or 4 live tournaments ever, cashed 2 of them and won 1. I was like, must be nice. And then he always tells me, whenever I go and see him, I go to his house and play online or whatever, and he's playing online as well. And he'll be moaning about all these bad beats he's getting. He's saying, I'm the unluckiest poker player ever. And I'm just like, you do realize how good you ran to win that tournament? Like, the
just
like 100 times
with the
buy him, but yeah.
Brilliant! It was a fantastic story, and something we have actually mentioned it quite a few times. Whenever you do pop up and we're on the live stream, and we do mention yourself, and you've won something big, and we just have to quickly mention that the story of your dad is just, to me, it is one of the nicest and best stories of while we've done the GUKPTs. It really is.
Yeah, it was amazing. Like, even, you know, all the highs and lows that I've had in poker, like, it's still like my most memorable moment. It wasn't even involving me directly. Like, it was just surreal. It was, yeah, such a great day.
You touched on Australia. The Aussie Millions in 2011, 721 entries, final table, 7th for 173k. Were you a bit disappointed, or pretty pleased that you finished 7th out of such a massive field?
Mainly happy because, like, that was the first time I've ever at that point made a big live final table, so it's such a buzz. And also, like, I was free rolling anyway, because on day one, I was chatting with Toby Lewis, and he was kind of mugging off my live game, and I asked him to put his money where his mouth is, so he gave me 5-2, I think, on making day 2 of the tournament, because in that tournament it's quite hard to make day 2. It's a long day 1, but I was like, okay, I'm going to do good in this one. He was like, no, you're not. I'm not swapping you or whatever. And I was like, what the, you know? So we had a bet. So I bet I was like, what's your max amount? And he said 5k. So I bet max amount 5k at 5-2 that I make day 2, and made day 2 of a good stack. Actually, it was kind of stupid of me. Like, you know, most people, if they got that much money running on it, more than the buying of the tournament, would sort of, you know, play tight near the end of the day. But I was telling my whole table that I had this bet. So then I was just pretending I had basically had the nuts every hand and just re-raising them and going crazy. Even on the last hand of the day, John Eames was on my table, and he knew about the bet, and he raised under the gun. And, you know, we always give John shit for being a tight player. He's raised under the gun. He's the only person who covers me at the table. I've locked it up. There's no need to get involved. And I just see King 4 suited in the calf, and I had to free bet him, and start barreling away, but he folded on the turn. So I was like, but I had absolutely nothing as well. So I showed him there, and he was just like, "You're an idiot." But yeah, so I won the bet, and then made a deep run in the tournament. It was really fun. That tournament goes 6 max as well, which is my favorite game. With on the final couple of days. So yeah, it was really cool. It was made the final table actually with James Keys, like well known UK, blast from the past, and Patrick Antonius is on the final table as well, and I tried to bluff him. That was my big downfall. Tried to fight. To be fair, he tanked for a couple of minutes with trips, so it couldn't have been that bad a bluff. So I was trying to get him to fold a little bit of a worse hand than that. But yeah, so it was believable. But yeah, that was where it all started going wrong for me. And but still, it was a great score and an amazing experience. And my friends were there watching and stuff. So gave me the live poker bug and made me want to play more.
You said 2011 was probably the breakout year for yourselves. When you go to the World Series, you've just said that 6 max is probably your best game. Third out of 1,378 for 271, and also cashed in the 5K 6 max, finishing 11th. Incredible scores, and then 12 days later, so these 3 events are just going on and on and on. You just missed out on a bracelet, second out of 474 in the 6 max 10K. 3 massive scores, but obviously the bracelet and the runner up. Was that a highlight low at the time?
No, definitely a highlight. Like the bracelet didn't obviously it would have been nice, but it didn't mean as much to me then as it would a couple of years later, kind of thing. I was just happy to finally, I've been going every year and sort of losing money and then having to get it back online afterwards, and now have the buzz of the final table, all your friends watching, all the British Rail chanting. It was just I just wanted to do well and not go out first on the final table, make it deep. And the first one, the 2.5K 6 max came third, was just that was, I think, one of the first rails where everyone was doing shoe bombs and drinking, which to anyone who doesn't know is drinking beer.
There.
Yeah, drinking beer out their shoe and going crazy. And I remember actually had kind of fucked me over on one hand because we were 3 left, and I played this hand where I was in the 9 seat and the guy I was playing was in the 1 seat. I don't know why we didn't all move around. But I couldn't really see him in the hand, which didn't really bother me because live poker, I kind of wanted to hide anyway. Still at this stage, I wasn't looking for reads on my opponents. And I've opened ace-2 blind on blind. He's called, and I was kind of short step, and it came king 5-4, and so I got gut shot, and I bet, and he raised. And to me at the time as well, it didn't really make much sense. I felt like he was weak, and I was like, okay, whatever. If he's got king, he's got king. I got an ace or 3 to hit. So I shoved all in, and he tanked for ages. So I'm like, okay, he would have called already if he had a king. So I thought it was going to fold for sure. And the rails chanting, and then out of nowhere, there's a big cheer. So I wasn't even looking. I was just staring at the felt, just doing my thing that I did every time. And I just assumed that he'd folded because they were cheering that I was chipped the pot. And someone said, "Show the deuce," and I was like, wow, there's not very often you get the chance to do this. So I just sort of looked across and flipped over the deuce. And then as I'm flipping over, I realized he still had cards. And then now there was another. I'm like, oh no, now what the hell? What's going on here? And then
ding. Morning, everybody. Hey, Blackpool's again. Welcome to Blackpool and welcome to day 1B. It's going to be busy. It's going to be amazing. The number's going to go through the roof. The chip counts from last night, 136. He's just gone to get the list of the players that are going to be playing. Here he comes. He's in. He's done the rounds.
I've got to bring it back.
He's done the rounds.
There's a big queue to buy in, so I just went to Christian on the feature table, got it off him. Got to bring it back to him though. Yeah.
You've got to bring it back to him.
Yeah, because people when they sit down, he needs to check it's them.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
You see, I like that. Yeah. I like that. Yes. Good morning, everybody. Come on, then. Who's going to entertain us?
Right. In 1's going to be Guy Taylor. Mm-hmm. In 2, Will Nutting. In 3, Akil Butt. In 4, Dan Stacey. He was on the feature yesterday. Paul Fisher in 5, and Dan Oliver is going to be in 7.
Bit of a fish, that fella.
I will be 5 seconds.
Okay, bit of a fish, that fella, that Paul Fisher. He is. Look, as you can see, right there. David Thomas, 223,100. Great stack. Phil Clark, James Clark, aka Raggy, Alan Carr, the
Alan Carr.
chatty man, is in the building. Stu McNally, George Demetriou, as you can see right there, they're the things. 33 making it through from 136. There's already 132 in the building.
And the queue is, have you seen the queue? It's to the bar. It's to the bar.
You know, as a poker player,
Yeah.
organisation,
Yeah.
0.
Yeah, you roll out a bed towel, you think I'll just get there 5 minutes late, and then you realise there's a half hour queue.
What's your plan when you play day 1B? I know, make day 2. What do you need when you play day 1B and you bag up at end of night? A
Chips.
hotel.
Oh, a hotel.
How many people don't have a room booked tonight? Do you think are playing tonight? Chunks.
Really?
They'll be. Oh, I need a room tonight. I didn't think I was going to get through.
It's usually the other way
You didn't think
around.
you were going to get through?
It's usually the Saturday night. No one ever usually books a room for Saturday night because they're like, I have a mate day free. I'm sure I can shell out a couple of £100 for a hotel somewhere. But
Unbelievable. Afternoon, everybody. We are ready. The hair's set. Oh, I had a lovely shower this morning. Oh, felt great. Just stood there like, oh. It was great. But they're the chip stacks. Simon Zach, as we saw some afterwards, after chatting about the old times, 2007, 2008, 2009. He was final tables GUKPT in the early years, but he's had a good week because obviously finished third in the mini that you finished fourth in, and it was just good to chat to him about the old stories and all the old people and who we used to play with and everything like that. So yes, we are now ready to rock and roll for the day. It's going to be busy. It's going to be an eventful day.
I just got a question on the feature. I've read it out and took it back to him, so we're all right.
So here we go. As you know, early days, early doors, always, for some reason, we're still always short-handed to start the day with, but it is what it is. Are the Clarks related? Says Lol Brown. I don't think they are.
Quite a common surname, isn't it? It's,
Afternoon, Mal Gadsby on Facebook watching. Facebook is up and running. YouTube is up and running. Are we on Twitch?
yes, Twitch is
You've
all
got
set.
Twitch open? Yes. Mater. How you doing, Mater? The mother of. Hope you're well. Nice to see Andy back playing some live poker.
Yeah, got to play final with him the other day.
Yeah. Are you fully recovered, Jay?
Yeah, I'm better, mate. I'm a lot better than I was. I probably, as you can probably tell, actually get some words out of my mouth.
Absolutely. Keep drinking that tea, taking cough sweets. So hope all is good with you. And we have started day 1B with 132. Plenty of info coming today regarding next season, regarding the 25-25s from the end of this year in December, and then new ones starting next year, incorporated in with the new G400s and everything else that is going on related to Grosvenor Poker. There will be plenty of stuff going on next year, and you'll be having to work out your calendar and where you're going to be playing, because it's going to be chocker next year.
It is.
It is indeed. So we might have to venture out a little bit more ourselves next year, and the full schedule, not the 25-25s, Mike Leonard on YouTube. We've got a schedule for the 4 25-25s that will be in December. We'll show you that during the day. The first ones are Walsall and Newcastle, I do believe, in the same weekend, 9th till the 12th of December. Walsall and Newcastle. There's only 4 in total in December, and then next year they're incorporated on the schedule for the National Poker League. So we will show you and give you as much information as possible. There's plenty going on online as well regarding all the promotions. The David A promotion is still going on. The biggest promotion at this moment in time is the Bad Week Jackpot, that has still not been won, that will hit 300,000 next week.
Next week, yeah.
It'll be £305,000 if it's not gone by next Thursday, which is insane. So, saying that, there's already one cash table run. The dealer's choice.
It was running when I come in this morning.
Yeah, at 9 a.m.
9 a.m.
9 a.m. They were queuing at 9 a.m. 9 a.m.
2-5 Omaha finished at half 8 this morning.
I've just been told, Big has just told us, the 2-5 Omaha that was running last night finished at 8:30 a.m. Just going over for a shower, lads. I'm back in an hour.
Back for the maid. Hours kip, little shower,
My
bit of food,
days.
back for the maid.
Well, to be fair, you do that, I suppose. When
Yeah.
you're playing
Yeah,
like
to
that.
be honest, yeah, they can be very long sessions, but the only difference is I don't have to get up for a main event the next day a lot of the time. I can stay in bed for a day.
When you're here for the main event and you're playing Castle 8:30 in the morning, it's not the best prep.
They're just free-handed at the moment.
Yeah, there is plenty going on regarding London. We're going people. In fact, we'll start off here. We'll start off. There's the start of the schedule for the grand final that is in less than 2 weeks' time. As you can see there, 2 weeks as yesterday. We'll be live streaming the 12:50 Thursday, Friday. It'd be pretty strange when we go down to live stream and it's the first event.
Yeah.
It's not even like there's no warm up. That's it. We're straight into we're there on the Wednesday. We set up, and Thursday morning it's the main event. But that's the start of it, because as you can see there, and that's only half, because it runs through to the Sunday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The first week we're there, and then we're streaming the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the 26th, 27th and 28th. And then we have a couple of days off, and then we're back again for the rest of it. Monday, Tuesday, back home, and then Wednesday we've got the Haymaker knockout.
I actually had a question from someone regarding the PLO. This one, it says 456 for the 1K, but the 200 says 4 card. Is the 200 just straight 4 card? Do we know that, or is it 456? The PLO at the grand final, is it 456 for the 4 card, or the 200 pounder? Because on the schedule it says just 4 card. Someone said to me.
Oh yeah, PLO 4 card. Oh, right,
So
okay.
I'm not sure. We'll get some
We'll
clarification on it.
Jim's in the building. Jim is in the building, and if it is 456, that's a good spot, that, because there's always something. If ever you do see anything that's not quite right, always send a message, either Jay, to me, to PK on social media. Don't forget Facebook and Twitter and all that kind of Grosvenor related, and just send us the message, and we get the answer straight away, because we are pretty efficient in doing what we do, and if we can get you the answer ASAP, we will. So that's a good spot, because 4 card for one, because it's normally 4, 5, 6.
Yeah,
isn't it?
exactly. Yeah, and that's a question.
No
I was
matter what
asked.
they're buying, it is normally 4,
I didn't
5,
even
6.
I didn't even notice it. To be fair, I didn't even.
So welcome aboard, everybody. Day 1B, as we know, starts pretty steady, but we don't do a live stream the entire day. So a full 12-hour live stream, and then we do go straight to bed, and we do get up and have a 10-hour sleep, and we do have a bit of shower and a bit of breakfast, and do come fresh as a daisy to work, don't we? All the time.
Afternoon, Ricky. Yeah, it was a nice little ski home.
I'm not being funny, but it actually was when you got outside last night.
It was blitz.
It was 1 degree.
Yeah, it was so cold. Always.
It was 1 degree. Maybe we should have had some inside information from the guy, from old Franz Klammer. Did you Google Franz Klammer?
No, I didn't.
Oh man, who's he? The vaccine pusher. Yes, we're in good health. Thank you very much. Hope you are too. I'm guessing, vaccine, you're over in Dublin. Is that right? Oi, oi, the pictures in the building. Afternoon, Gary, watching on Twitch. So 20,000 starting stack, 125 already in the building. And don't forget to check out the app at all times if you want to find out what's running, who's running where, any cash games available. It's all on the Poker Live app, and if you do want to reserve your seat on a cash game, you've got 60 minutes to do so. Put your name, reserve your seat, log yourself into the app, reserve your seat. You've got 60 minutes to get to the club, and your seat will be reserved on the list. So the DC is running. It's the only game running at the moment, but there's plenty of interest already for the cash. 142 so already at the start of day one. 142. There's already 305,000 in the prize pool.
I'm a bit more confident about my line of 501.
You went overs
I went
501,
overs,
didn't you?
yeah. I think that's could get smashed today with the turbo as well later. If you can't make it for the main, you do want to play the turbo.
Ah, the vaccine is in Wales. Yeah, 1 degree last night. It was 1 degree and fresh. In Wales. Proper shame we don't go to Cardiff anymore. I used to love going to Cardiff.
A nice flop here for William. Top pair, top kicker. Can potentially raise this one. Can call as well. Can go either way. We are four-handed, so can sometimes come in for a raise in this particular spot. Blind on blind as well. Range is very wide. The 3 of clubs on the turn. William is not all in.
Yeah, no. He's definitely not all in for his 400 to call.
Yeah, once it's checked us here on the turn with the ace-9, top pair, top kick up. I'm just going to be betting this spot blind on blind. Definitely get value from a lot worse. See the knight, some equity to some overcards. William going to take that one. A small poke up early on, as always.
Yeah, we are definitely on the prom. If you do like to be beside the seaside, beside the sea, the Grosvenor Casino in Blackpool is the place to be.
Did you write that this morning? little poem. No, well, no, I know the thing. But
I won't go ask.
He put Blackpool in, didn't he? He changed the words.
Absolutely. Anyone watched Doyle Brunson at the World Series main feature table last night? Not bad for 87. Good old Doyle. See, lockdown brings it out in you. He was never playing a World Series again, he said, about 10 years ago.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. Yeah, he's getting too old for it. Don't want to play anymore. Can't really sit down in a tournament for hours and hours and hours. You're not allowed to play for 16 months and then all of a sudden, back out the door. Good Doyle, 87. Top man. That means we interviewed him when he was 77. Good old Doyle. I've actually got the super system signed by Doyle Brunson as well. I have. You know when you go to Vegas for the first time, you have to buy the super system. None of it made sense. It was all old-fashioned limit poker and stuff like that. But
we've lost one already, Tower.
what?
We've lost one already.
Teddy's in Vegas.
What about Stevie Warbs?
He was queuing up.
Was he?
He was queuing up.
It might have been a rebuy because he busted.
Wow.
So we lost Steve Warburton about 4 minutes ago. First one out today.
That must have been a re-entry. He didn't say that. He just shook my hand. He said, "How you going, Terry?" I said, "Yeah, I'm all right. How are you?" He went, "Yeah, I'm all right." He didn't say it was a re-entry. Blimey. So we have a busy card room. Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch. A lot of you guys watch on YouTube and Twitch. But Facebook's also popular. Joe, I bought Super System in 05. I bought it in 04. I was there for the first time ever in 2004. Down in Binions, watching the World Series main event because it used to be in May. The end of the series was in May. And I always remember Antonio Esfandiari, because I'd seen the name on telly, and he was walking through because he was pushing a wheelchair, and it was his granny apparently, and he was stood talking with him because at the time everybody knew who he was, not realising that obviously that Binions in 2004 was the last time it was ever held in Binions. I didn't know that at the time, obviously, but then they moved it in 2005, moved it to the Rio. So I was there at the final ever, not knowing at the time, final ever World Series main event in Binions. I was there. I bought the book and I got it signed. And quite a lot of people signed it actually. Might be worth something. Could be worth fortunes.
Could be.
I think TJ Clucio signed it as well. And Amarillo Slim signed
That's a
it.
blast from the past.
Amarillo Slim signed it as well.
You know what they say about name dropping, Tower. You know what they say about name dropping.
What's that?
Worst trait in the world, that.
Who said that?
Elton John told me that.
Oh, we're here all week, ladies and gentlemen. We're here all week.
But, we will jump into the action if anything does occur, but it's quite a rarity, these early stages.
Yeah, 2004 was the last time it was held there. 2005 it moved to the Rio. When did John Calmore final? 2006. Because I think that was
John who?
John Calmore from round here. I think Scally was 2006. I think I have to look that up. Because I think John Calmore was the last. John Calmore final tabled the main event. As the story goes, and I don't know if John's actually in and he can tell us the story because it's a great story. Apparently, he was on his way home and got to the airport because he'd had a bad series, and then either won something on a slot machine in the airport, and then decided to chance his arm in a satellite, and he got a ticket and went back and won. He came fifth. It was a bit of a story, really good, really interesting story, and how he was intending to go home, got to the airport, did something, and then ended up back in the World Series main event and came fifth. But that was because he final tabled the last time before they went to the November 9 stuff.
Okay.
So he was the last one that finished in July kind of thing, and then they split it to November. Because the November 9 must have been 2007. Because was it 2007? Yeah, because 2006 Jamie Gold won it. We'll get the facts right very shortly.
There's never been a English.
2007 John Calmore.
Yeah. There's never been an
So
English.
2007
English
that was
winner.
the last year. Because obviously 2009 when James Aiken had final table both in the same year. That was November. There you go, Joe tells us.
That's still up for grabs, that title, Tower. You want to take a shot at it? First ever English winner of a WSOP main event.
There's
It's
always
still there.
next year. As soon as they get the
It's
schedule out for
still
next
there.
year.
Still.
Cheers, Joe. 2008 was the start of November 9. And 2007 was John Calmore. Jerry Yang won it. There you go.
Andy Hills in the background.
Yeah, there's always that. How did you know that? You never saw his face. Did you see that? Did you see that, mater? Aye, I've heard.
I was watching.
Will McMurray's here.
What do you hear about it? The
Listening to
Sixers.
you yesterday.
It was him. He was the instigator of it all. I never would have found out if it weren't for this man.
If you were listening yesterday
Really
about,
good run, well done, well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
if you were listening yesterday, Will McMurray talking about the and Jay talking about the folding the flopped full house. Yeah, Mansour Matlou actually. Now I'm not name dropping again, but we interviewed Mansour Matlou in. Was it Macau? PK. It was. We met Mansour Matloubi in Macau. It was the first time.
Well, you got all the facts, Joe.
I know, Joe Foley's like the...
What, do you work for the
he's like
WSOP?
He's like the encyclopedia of poker.
Yeah.
Anybody wants a question asking, ask Joe.
19. How do you even remember that?
See, we'll change it now to Foley thinks. We'll not have Lodding
Yeah,
thinks.
Foley things.
I always thought Mansour Matloubi was Welsh. Afternoon, Stevie Keep, watching it on Twitch. Have we frozen? I don't think so.
No, we're fine. We're fine.
Definitely not frozen. Yesterday, and I know we go on about the internet and we go on about being dependent on the world. Yesterday, droppages in the club 0.0.
Why would you say that?
Because,
why on
because
earth
I'm
would
pretty
you ever,
confident
would you ever
today
say
it's
that?
going to be 0.0 again. Pretty confident. I'm feeling good. Feeling happy about it.
My Twitch is running fine, Ricky.
Yeah, I've got Jay's watching Twitch right now. Silver Sock says it's working fine for him, and Jay's got it up now. Oh, he's having us on. That's what that means.
Oh, no.
That means he's having us on. If you are interested in the National Poker League right there, that is how close it is regarding the 7 packages up for grabs at this moment in time. An amazing year started in July. Yes, there were online events, we know that, but obviously when it became live became the thing a lot of poker players were interested in. And right there, 0.98 of a point after all this time playing poker is Ben T and Ewan McNicholas. Just absolutely amazing.
It's crazy it's them two as well. Good pals, inseparable, won't they? Always
Yeah, yeah.
together. It's
Yeah.
like it's them two at the top battling away. But another 2 packages added, so Span and Bousey at the moment will be getting a diamond package. And Chris Maguire right on the tower. Bousey.
Yeah, it all depends on the last 4 events, and obviously the last 4 events of the NPL this year are there as well. We have the Leeds, Luton, Bolton and Edinburgh 30-30s next weekend, and that will be it for the NPL points. So this event, all the side events, all the festival points added into the league. I'm pretty sure the league will be updated sometime next week to make sure everybody knows what's happening before the final 4 events of the NPL this year. Leeds, Luton, Bolton and Edinburgh for the points. So if you are chasing the points, good luck.
Give you a warning as well. I'm on my first bullet, so I'm not scared of putting it.
No. The league's not been updated as of yet. That was the start of, that was, I think that was the end of the 30-30. I do believe that was the end of the 30-30. If Tom's listening from online, he can tell us exactly where it was updated to, but I'm pretty sure I was told it was the end of the 30-30 here in Blackpool. So, not including the mini, I do believe, but we'll definitely find out.
And Ewan also came 12th in the PLO as well, so plenty of points.
Absolutely. Can't see the pot amounts on the screen. Nighthawk, it's above on the right hand side, above the flop. 10 Jack 8-2, it says pot 1.3. Yep, Nighthawk, the pot's displayed on the right hand side.
Unless he's watching on YouTube on his phone, he's got it landscape and he's still got the chat box up. That might be covering it.
Right, okay. Is he watching on YouTube? Yes, he is watching on YouTube.
Yeah, he's all right.
How big's the alternate list? I don't actually know. I know they're getting in all dealers from everywhere at this moment in time. I can try and find out for you. There is an alternate list, Rust. Why aren't you here already? Why have you not signed in? Why have you not pre-regged? Why are you not sat at the tables? We started at 12. Why have you not sorted yourself out? Come on, Rust. You know the game. You know the score. But we'll find out. We'll find out very shortly how many's on the alternate list. Because it is a very, very busy Pokemon. Oh, it's for Womble. I saw him the other day. I said, "Hey, Steve, how you doing?" I said, "Does anybody still call you Womble?" And he went, "Well, not many. We do, don't we, Russ? We do. We still call him Womble."
Is he from Wimbledon? Is that why?
I don't actually know why he's called Womble. I've just known him as Steve Womble Wormsley. I think it's because of Wormsley. It's easier to say Womble than Wormsley. 156 in the main event at the moment.
Bernie, is Jamie Nick still in? He made it through yesterday. He bagged up, and I think he's going to come in for a bit. The second session of the day,
Yeah.
levels 3 and 4. He's going to come do some comms.
Ah, cool. Nice one, Russ. Much love to the missus. Afternoon, Sam. Sam Allledge.
How are you doing, Sam?
Already booked his hotel for Goliath next year. He'll be able to do that in the comms when he's not winning the competition. So the 30-30 is here to stay, or were they just coming out of COVID thing? Will it just be 25-25s? How about the deep stacks? Are they coming back? Joe, where were you yesterday? Next year, this year, we will be having 4 25-25s in December. We have a schedule next year of deep stacks, 25-25s, and the G400s, which will basically take over the name of the 30-30s. They will all be in the calendar next year, and we will try and get some information regarding Marcy. More important things. Watching Doyle yesterday. Understandable.
And Nighthawk, answering your question, your best bet for around 200 buy-in, either come and play some of the mini mains on the tours, which are 250, or deep stacks next year, as Tower just mentioned, would be good for that buy-in remit.
Yeah.
If you want to get involved.
Yeah, the 25-25s will be 250 buy-ins, 220 plus the juice. Pretty standard. So there's plenty of those going around the country. Yeah, the 30-30s will have a new name of the G400. But obviously for this year's NPL, 30-30s is what it will be until they rename them for next year. Who's that? Oh, that good-looking guy there, wandering around the stream.
He was alright, wasn't he?
Absolutely. Joe, no need to be the last question. It's good to get the information out, sir. Is Coventry definitely on the main schedule, not including Goliath? Joe, let me tell you, but don't tell anybody else, all right? Don't tell anybody. I shall confirm to you right now that from the 24th of February until the 6th of March, Coventry GUKPT will be at the CBS Arena. Iron Chef says, can I use a 30/30 ticket you won online for a live day one? Can't find info anywhere. If it's for a 30/30, then yes. You can't use a 30/30 ticket for anything else apart from the 30/30s. And the last 4 30/30s are next week. But if you want to save it, it doesn't have a time stamp on it, so you can use it next year if you want to.
Good afternoon, Simon. Yeah, 30 minute
Simon.
delay. Always on a 30-minute delay. There's you can't watch the stream while you're sat at the featured table, but there's no ruling on if you want to get some friends feeding you information from half hour ago.
We get plenty of questions saying, why are they using the phones? Is it not this? Is it not that? No. Anybody on the feature can text their mates and tell them they're on telly. Or they can check a friend and say, can you just watch the stream and tell me what he had? It's available to everybody. So we decide that it's not the only thing, and I think all the players realise, is that if don't be on the phone in a hand, and don't slow down play if you're using your phone. They're the two real main issues regarding a mobile. If you're in a hand, don't use your phone. And if you're checking your phone, make sure that you're not in the hand, because you'll be slowing down play if you're using your phone. Apart from that, tell everybody you're on the telly. £4 p.m. tomorrow. Yeah, 4 p.m. tomorrow is the bounty, I do believe, isn't it? Day 1B. Day 2 has the starting time of 12 o'clock, and the bounty indeed tomorrow has the starting time of 4 o'clock, £170 in. It's a bounty, so it's 100 plus 50 plus 20. So every time you knock somebody out, you get two ponies to do as you please with. They did a progressive bounty in a progressive knockout in Dublin. Live.
How?
They just did it.
How?
Amazing. 110 runners. Did a PKO live.
The logistics of that though must have been insanely hard to do, because
But I
like
think
the bounty, if they're doing it like
They
a proper
work-
PKO, 50%.
they work
you get
they work
50%
they
of
work
the
out the
hand.
bounty, and
Yeah.
whatever's split is always split in advantageous of the person pocketing the money. So for the bounty.
Okay.
So whatever it's rounded up to.
Okay, so they
So
round
if it's an
up or
extra
down.
10 and it goes in your pocket,
Right,
and
got
then
you.
the bounty stays on the table as your PKO.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, that's the way they did it, and I mean insanely popular. Insanely popular. Nick O'Hara says, yeah, it can be logistically, and also what does happen on a PKO live is that the dealers move the bounty stack, so the players don't pocket the bounty.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
yeah, got you.
For security reasons, kind of thing. Because obviously,
Yeah,
if you've
yeah.
got the bounty and you think, well, I'm not worth
Yeah,
that much,
yeah,
I'll
yeah.
stick a nifty in my pocket.
Right, we're just going to jump back to this. We'll come back to that because Akil is going to do a lot of chips here. Not going to go broke this deep, but definitely going to lose. Unless the river's an 8 or a 9, he's going to have to lose another 2 streets here. Could potentially even raise this spot here on the turn with forehand in button open versus big blind. This is just a bit of a cold turn card for us here as Akil. Like, we're only behind 2 set of 7, set of 6s and 8 9s, so from our perspective here, we're just going to always have the best hand a lot of the time, and I wouldn't even blame him for raising this spot, but he is just going to flat and going to have to pay off almost all river bets on. Oh,
That pairs the board, so I might slow it down slightly.
yeah, it's still going to. We get counterfeited versus aces, kings, and queens, but I just can't see how Akil's ever going to fold this spot. 7x shouldn't really be a big part of Graham's range. Hands like 7 8, 7 9, good checks on the turn. He's not going to go bet with those, so the only 7x he should really have was a 2-pair hand, that hand like 7 6, 10 7. These type of holdings here, so I'm not sure how we're ever going to see Akil fold this one here with the Jack 10. So a better 4K and a quick call, and he's going to get the bad news. But he's played it passively, so it's actually worked a treat for him. He's only lost 5k from his stack, a little bit more. He was a little bit more chipped up, but that's still a bit of a cold one for him.
Expected runners in the bounty, over 100.
Yeah.
And can anybody play, or do you have to be a member of the casino? You can't get into the casino unless you're a member. You have to be a member of the casino, any Grosvenor casino. If you've got a G1 card and you're a member somewhere, you can swipe yourself in and away you go. But you do have to be a member, as always, in any casino in the country. You have to be a member. Yeah, Stevie's got it spot on. Progressive bounty stacks are just over the line, so in view at all times, and only the dealer touched it. It's a really good setup. You're not wrong, Stevie. I thought it was
I'd love to play one of
I
those.
thought it was fantastic.
I would really love
They're
to play
so
one.
popular as well. I thought it was a great setup. And over in Dublin, I just thought everybody loved them. And I mean, everybody loved it. It was just great fun. Cheers, Night Talk. We'll see you tomorrow for the bounty. It'll be busy, as it always is. I'll tell you what, we'll be busy at 1 o'clock on Sunday. The old people's comp. So many old people in Blackpool. Oh my days, it'll be so busy. The seniors on at 1 o'clock on Sunday. Oh, booking early. Bring your Olix. Hello 1900 on YouTube. In the bounty tournament is a set amount for knocking out another player. Yet £50. So the bounty works out at 100 plus 50 plus 20, which is £170 plus the £20 juice. £100 in the pot, £50 every time you knock out a player. And you get 2 ponies and you can do what with you want to do with it. Stick them in your pocket, nobody can take them off you.
Names. I see. That must be about like.
Dan just sat down. He says, "Well, Dilly just said, what's your name?" He went, "Dan." He says, "Oliver." He says, "No, Dan Oliver." He says, "I've got 2 first names, but I use Dan."
Well,
What's the scarf he's got on?
I don't know. It's got a face of.
I don't know. What's the scarf? Is he a Mackham?
It looks like it's got a face of someone on there.
Or is he a Newcastle fan? It sounds like a Newcastle fan.
Yeah. Ah, it's an England scarf. That's Jack Grealish on it, apparently, says Connor.
It wouldn't surprise me. The players are bad. The players are shite. Aren't they? They are shite.
Oh, Guy's here. Guy Taylor just sat down. And Will raises to 4. Guy going to call with a King Jack.
It's not 3 worst things in there. You get 1. That's not.
one thing for sure, Lol Brown, is the heating is not off. Me and Jay, he says he doesn't wear shorts. In the comms box, let me tell you.
Sitting here in shorts.
Well, he's not wearing a football jersey, he's got a scarf on. But if you're wearing, if you've got a football top on, and you've got a jumper and a body warmer on, and you come into the casino, and then you take your body warmer off, and then your jumper, how's anybody supposed to know? So I think the old rules of back in the day. See, you never came into a casino where you need to wear a collar. You know, you needed to wear a collared shirt, whether it be a polo shirt, posh, or a collared shirt, and no jeans, trousers. Like you would never have come in.
I used to wear shorts, hoodie, hat. Shorts, hoodie, hat. Sometimes flip flops as well. Flip flop, shorts, hoodie, hat. That was my usual day one attire.
You would never have gone in.
Day one attire.
On one of the first years we did the GUKPT, there was a player. Oh dear. I forgot his name. Yeah, I'll tell you the story when I remember the guy's name. I completely forgot. There's the dementia setting in. Flip flops. Not many people do wear flip flops, I must admit. Not many.
That used to be my attire when I used to play these. Honestly, shorts, flip flops, that whatever the weather.
When we went to Luton in the early days of the GUKPT, Ian Fraser,
Yeah,
big poker player at the time,
yeah.
really well known, did all the TV tables, did all the TV late night poker, was on all the TV
Yeah.
programmes in 99, 2000, 2001 and all that. Played for 10 years on the circuit, gets to Luton, he's got the poshest jeans on.
Yeah.
But at the time, the ripped jeans were the norm.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, the old faded ripped
Yeah,
jeans
yeah,
and the
yeah.
slides on and all that. They've only told him to get into the casino, you have to tape over the holes in your jeans.
Oh my god.
So he walks into the casino with 15 bits of duct tape all round his jeans. And if you turned up in trainers, they used to rent shoes.
Rent shoes.
Yes,
Wow.
£5 a pair.
Like bowling.
They used to. Exactly right. Exactly right. They all walked around like Coco the Clown. You had to rent shoes to get in a casino.
How times have changed.
Absolutely. You can now walk in anything but a mankini. Shorts and flip-flops not allowed. There's not many people wear flip-flops, to be fair, but it has been known. Kieran Cook says he's from Newcastle. Dan was playing with him last week. Good stuff. I think they have just been talking about the new appointment of new manager for Newcastle United, I do believe.
That new Spurs manager's good, ain't he? God, what a start.
I'm sending off. Nearly lost the game. 3-0 up, nearly lost.
Hey, you got any new buttons on your street deck?
Oi, oi. 22. Whoa, we've got a Christmas cake. It looks like an advent calendar.
It does, actually.
New year one.
Sneak preview. Oh, there! Oh, sneak preview. There he is.
Thought it would be.
Dying breed, that ball up centre forward, isn't it? Like the big, strong centre forward. Yeah, it's not like the way the game's going. No, it's not the modern game, but hand in hand, I would say he's the best striker in the Premier League. I mean, people say Henry and whatever, but different. It's quite but like the dying breed, a big, strong, pulled up, chest win 3 kicks, it's gone. It's gone. Yeah. See, I run like a Sunday morning team, right? And I'll put 2 big guys up front and I'll hold the ball up.
I love that Sunday league.
Oh, no.
If you're big, you just go to the back.
3 big centre halves, 2 centre forwards, they'll go up there somewhere.
2007.
Who's your team like, fella?
Wolves. So we've been down to League One recently.
Tell you what, it's not like Nuno was thinking now. It's not the grass is not always green, like, is it?
I mean, some Wolves fans are kind of like gloating about it, but he gave us 2.5. It's a bit sad,
I
really.
mean, you can't blame him for moving, really, can you?
I mean, it's weird. It's like he was one of these like mutual consent jobs, where it's like just apparently he got sacked.
But I think now Wolves, I look at the Wolves on the outside, it's like in the middle. They're now just in the middle, like as if you don't know what they are now and here, like are they surviving, are they pushing, or?
We're like 7th or 8th now, and
Which is good, like, isn't it?
we lost the first 3 and we should have at least won 2. So I'm pretty happy with it, to be fair.
I bet now he would love his whole job out though, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
He would though, wouldn't he?
The new guys would like him. But yeah, I don't know if we can keep it.
So where does Nuno go now? I mean,
Spain, France.
not England, like.
He was never a good fit for Tottenham.
I honestly think Tottenham absolutely shy. I mean,
So nearly time.
It's nearly time.
It's nearly time.
Nice one, John Bonadise. A great stream. Looking forward to the weekend and Towers Island. Research treble. It's coming in this week. I've got funds in my account. To be fair, Pixie, the Superman suit was well suited up. I thought it was well worn. I thought it looked good on the person who was acting as Superman. I think he'd give Peter Parker a run for his money. I really do.
down and tools. It's not deliberate. Exactly. It's not down and tools deliberately. Alright. So he's on the right midfield against you are.
So, we have a new button.
Should we have a look?
Do you want?
Do you want to press it?
do you-
I'll have a pat on ball then.
The worst bit of that documentary when he missed the.
Oh, man. Try having a 5-year-old son next year.
Are you ready?
You don't want to say what?
Not the first time, mate.
I don't really blame Harry Kane for wanting to leave, but
Well, why would you?
He wants to win trophies, doesn't he? Like, he hasn't gone on there.
My only issue with him is that he should have made a stance in this. I am leaving no matter what. He's got a contract and stuff, but he's bowed down.
Akil having a touch. After this hand, we've got some information.
Some big information.
Huge. Enormous.
All the stops,
The best.
for next year.
I totally are.
Dates are out.
What? How do you know?
I saw the quick glance that you put up.
You were watching, was you?
The sneak
Watching
preview
the
for
sneak
us.
preview.
To be honest, if people were, I'm not even going to say it actually.
Are
If
you gonna
people
say
will go
freeze-
there,
to freeze framing it and
if
say-
people pause, if people go back and pause it. But after this hand,
There's not people that do that, surely.
Can't bring up. No, yesterday when I was from the car, I was like,
Yeah.
about 7 messages, screenshots.
The hand's over. Shall we do it?
let's do it.
Shall we? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Shall we do it? It's there. The stops. The schedule for 2022 is now official and it's now out. Every single leg will be announced usually at the previous leg. We can't do that obviously with the first leg, so over the course of Christmas, New Year and coming into January, that man over there, the social media guru Mr. PK, will be posting the full schedule for the first leg of the London Victoria, the poker room itself, and then work your way down.
Yep.
Where would you like to stop? Where do you think you're going to stop? Where do you think you're going to go? Are you going to go to every one? If you're already thinking, I can do Coventry, get yourself a hotel book. They'll be cheaper if you book it early. As you can see, another full schedule. 10 legs, the grand final, plus Goliath, plus the 25-25s, plus the deep stacks, plus the G400s.
Yep.
Are you going home next year?
Probably not, no, probably
Mum, rent's
not.
going down.
No, it's not.
Never give up your room at your mum's, ever. Never give up your room at your mum's, because you never know when you might need it. Hope you never do again, but... So yes, that is the schedule, and you will be screenshotting it, you will be freeze framing it, you will be taking a picture of it. Keep it, have a look, make sure it's there. We'll be using it all week, as you know.
Great to see Reading back as well.
Reading is back.
Yeah.
Coventry is extra. Coventry Goliath is on as well. Obviously, in between there, you can see leg 7 finishes on July the 3rd, and the next leg of the GUKPT will be September the 22nd in Leeds. So you're thinking, well, that's a massive gap. In between that is Goliath, plus there'll be 30-30s
Yep.
and 25-25s. So that is the schedule. One thing will be for sure is that the grand final day will be Christmas Jumper Day,
Yeah.
because
18th
it's
of
the
December.
18th of December, and we'll be going all out, because we will be having a Christmas Jumper Day for the grand final, because that is the latest finish for the GUKPT, and we love it as close to Christmas as absolutely possible. So yes, there will be run-ups. Full schedule for the first event in the Vic will be on social media once it's posted at the end. I'm not sure, Jim might be working on it now, and by the time we get to the grand final this year, we might release it. Who knows, But that there is the schedule, and we will use it all week, and we'll keep reminding you of what's happening in 2022. But it's there. The dates are set. So yes, the dates are set. What happened to the Kelster? We'll tell you in a minute after this hand. Ricky Kebabs has nailed it. Let me tell you, it's already sorted, by the way. BTW, already sorted. I don't know if you watched any of yesterday's, but 0.0 droppage. Yesterday is Rich Kellick's name in there. No, it is not.
No, I'm
Rich
sure
did
Rich
not
backed
make
out.
day 2 yesterday, so I'm guessing
He'll be
he's
back
going to
today.
be back today, because 170 already are. So yes, his name is not on the list from last night, so he'll have a re-entry today for sure. Bubbled the final table of the mini, got cashed. Did he cash the 30-30 as well?
I'm not sure if he cashed the 30-30. He might have done.
Yeah.
Gets a free fare there, like,
No, we've never done a GUKPT in Nottingham, Simon. We have never done Grosvenor. No, Grosvenor don't. Obviously, Dustle Dawn is a private club. Rob Young does a fantastic job at Dustle Dawn, but no, we don't do Grosvenor events at Dustle Dawn. I know Russ Coley asked me about the alternate, so I'm going to have a look, because I need a glass of water.
Do you want to get the teas?
Shall I get the cheese? What would you like, man?
I'll have a coffee.
Shall you
please.
get the cheese in? Yeah, what shall we have? I'm having a water, you're having a coffee.
I'll have a coffee. Coffee,
Get the
please.
teas in.
Coffee one, please.
Can you get the cheese in, Tower? Yeah, what are we having? Water and coffee. I'll find out how many's on the list. Russ, one bull is on his way. I'll find out exactly. Coffee?
Yes, please.
One sugar?
Yes, please.
Bit of milk?
Yeah, a little bit of milk.
Okay. Ding, 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 ding.
Only lost 2 so far. Lost Steve Warburton first 10 minutes of the day, and now just lost Amir Danderfoot on a outer table.
Every single year the fixtures, right? In around Christmas and Boxing Day, guaranteed will play Man U, Man City.
But it's great to see that schedule for 2022 out already. Pick your stops, get booked up early. But it's going to be a big one. Just on the numbers this year, how big the tour has been, next year is going to be huge. Really looking forward to going back to Reading. Be nice that Coventry is on the tour again like it was this year. That was a great turnout. It's great that it's been released already. All the stops and dates for next year. Afternoon Sabri Bass on Twitch. Thank you very much. Yeah, Steve's flicked back in. He is back in the field. As we've got Guy here with ace 10, just gets out of the way correctly as well. We've got about 5 minutes left on the clock before blinds go up. First level of the day, very quiet. We are 7-handed now. This is always the norm on the featured on day ones. We want to use this time to size up the table, start trying to profile each player, how they play or how you perceive them to play. Can help you later in the day with certain decisions. A lot of the time you will be on the same table. You'll see faces come and go when the table needs to be balanced, but it's always good to get all the information you can, use it to your advantage.
Fans get upset, you know, but you can't get upset, man. Fickle game.
What do you mean? I'll take it now.
Yeah, exactly, Matt. Always got to be involved, even if when you're not. Watch what's going on. Showdowns are really important when someone gets the showdown as well. When you're not in the hand, you want to be aware of what they had, how they played it. But it's rare we see too many bust outs the first session of the day. I can tell you that already today we have had a total of 178 in the field. There's 178 in. 100. Means the prize pool already up to 340k, and we've still got all day today. The turbo day 2 buy-ins. I am sure this one's going to surpass the 500,000 mark, just like Luton. Which is incredible, incredible. Not just the main, the turnouts for all the sides over the year have been great. Everyone turning out in force. Afternoon, Ick. Come on, Archie. And yeah, John, one of the best supported legs, which for where it's situated in the country, you wouldn't think so, but it's always a really good festival. It's just a turnout that we get every year at this leg. And this year exceeded expectations, even though they were high. William now comes in for a bet after making a bet on the flop, and it's check through. Ace Jack for God on the button. Nice one to open for him. Damn. Looks like a free bet. 2 green chips makes it 1k. God not going anywhere. Button versus small. Going to peel with this particular holding in position. Queen, Queen 5. Rainbow. And Dan comes in for a continue, opting for just south of half, 1k into 2.2. Go with the ace jack, not too much here for us. Lets that one go.
This man are yours.
The heads up between Akil and Daniel. Akil going to peel the king queen here, working with half starting, but still chunks of bigs. 10, 3, 4, 2 spades. So ace queen of Dan remains the best hand. We're going to continue here. Don't need to go too big. Lovely. What we got here?
There's queues everywhere. I've never seen a busier card room casino than what it is. It's amazing. There's queues at the bar, there's queues to get in poker, there's queues. It's amazing, it's just so busy. It's fantastic. I'll tell you what, you got to have hats off to Nick, GM, done an amazing job. I've not seen him this week. But, oh, here he is, here he is, here he is. Absolutely brilliant. You must be so pleased.
Brilliant.
You must be so pleased.
Very good.
Everybody expects, obviously your life's no swearing. You must be, no, you must be absolutely over the moon.
Phil, been a great call. Yeah, really good.
And obviously the biggest, you're holding the biggest record for the mini.
We are indeed.
835.
Did we not get the other one?
Biggest home, no, You didn't want to get the biggest Omaha. You've got the biggest Omaha ever.
That'll do.
200 for the first time.
That's Blackpool.
200.
That's Coving Grove.
I didn't know there were 200 players could play with 4 cards.
And 5 and 6.
And 5 and 6. 200 players for the first time ever.
Fantastic.
There's never been 200 in the Omaha, which is just amazing. Cash game was mental like yesterday. There were 4 running at 1 o'clock yesterday. Four cash tables running at 1 p.m. yesterday.
Yeah. 10 was our biggest.
Is that what it was? 10.
Yeah.
10. And the man that sorted out the 0.0 droppage.
Oh, okay.
This is, tell you what, you ask the right questions, all they do is deliver. Yeah, you must be over the moon.
Very happy. Very, very happy. Just got to beat the Vic now with our entries. And then I'll be complete.
Vic, we're coming for you.
Enjoy your evening.
Brilliant, thank you. Nice one, Nick. GM here in Blackpool. Absolutely over the moon with the numbers. Which one are we, as in just us?
I'm not sure.
That one?
That's the one with the chat box.
That's the one with it, I know.
I'm not sure we got one in there. Might have to get one inputted into the old deck.
Just a quick say, there's 20 on the alternates list. Every table's in use. Unfortunately, at the minute there's no cash tables, but there will be. It's busy, it's packed out, numbers are amazing, people are smiling, people are drinking,
People queuing.
and it's just great. No, it is fantastic. It's just brilliant. It really is. It's great to see. As always, this card room just, when we get to the GUKPT, everybody turns up, everybody wants a game, and it's exceeded yet again. The numbers have just been amazing. Yeah, nobody likes to see an alternates list because everybody would wish we got the staff for every single table, but it's just the way it is, unfortunately. Sometimes it's not always a bad thing. Did we get Cora in the comms yesterday? Oh, should have been funny in the comms.
Yeah, she would have been.
She
great.
entertained. She entertained us. She won a seat online on the Wednesday night. Played yesterday, first time ever on a feature table. She was loving Dave Doherty being there, wasn't she? You were the champion. You were the champion. She kept saying, "That's you." I sat and played with the champion. Yes, the way she went out was not orthodox, but it is what it is. But no, it's fantastic. And also another story I've just been walking through. Craig, I'll get stuck on the M62 Dawson.
Yeah.
Came to play the satellite on Wednesday. Thought it was a 9 o'clock start. It was 7. Because he thought he got the Thursday and the Wednesday mixed up. Ended up as alternate 124.
Yeah.
Got a seat.
At Craig. He's always does best when he's late. Always runs late, and he always manages to.
He'll added up 80 players.
Yeah. Yeah, this is nice from Guy on the river. Comes in with a small block bet, goes for just south of third. Basically, trying to get a hero from Daniel with some perhaps pocket 10, some jack 10, some 9x in there that checks back flop. Thing is, Dan's pretty capped. Once he checks behind this particular flop, Queen 9-5 rainbow, it's very difficult for him to have a queen. So Guy just feels confident that his King Jack's going to be the best hand there, and doesn't need to go big. We can just go small because then if we're raised, we can just make an easy fold. But a little bit of value on the end.
Big hi from Mehmet in North Cyprus. Very nice indeed. Weather's not good. Well, maybe Blackpool's better today, though. It was about 9 degrees this morning in Blackpool. Cloudy, bright, overcast but nice. Bit breezy. Nice walking. Did you have your coat on this morning?
Yep. So just on how the hood's up. I've got the hood across my things, so my chin's warm as well. You can only see my eyes. You can only see my eyes when I'm walking in.
Love it.
If you have just tuned in, we have released the 2022 schedule for the tour. GUKPT next year, 10 legs plus the grand final and the Goliath.
The shoes.
I told you about this the other day, Ludo's shoes, when they swapped.
No, wait.
Even Ludo have a little swap in the smoking area.
We heard about the swapping of the shoes. Why did you swap shoes? Did you think you couldn't get in trainers in Blackpool?
No, I was wearing joggers and I said to him, do you reckon I could get in with these? And he said, no, the shoes are all wrong, the shoes are all wrong.
You had shoes and joggers on?
Yeah, no, I had
What?
trainers and joggers on.
Oh, right.
These are his, right?
But then he swapped for shoes and joggers. He went from trainers and joggers to shoes and joggers.
He was wearing like a nice suit jacket,
Yeah,
looking really smart, like he
Right.
said. And,
So
yeah,
you wanted to go into town,
Yeah,
but you didn't have any shoes,
that's correct.
but you had joggers on.
Yeah.
And you didn't change your joggers,
No, he said this was the problem, not
so
the
you
pants.
changed your trainers for shoes, so you had shoes and joggers on.
That's correct.
Did you get barred?
No.
Did you get in anywhere?
Yeah, we did, yeah.
Just stand behind me. Just stand behind me. What's your name?
James Jagger.
James Jagger. Can you put the hat on?
Yeah, sure.
James, why have you got the hat on?
Lucky hat, man. Good vibes in Blackpool, you know.
There's two of you.
2 for 1 on shit hats, remember?
That's a lad. Somebody said that walking past me. I have no idea who. I have no idea. So you're the guy that wears jogging trousers and brogues and thinks it's all right to go for a drink.
That's correct, yes.
What is the world coming to? Go on,
Terrible,
get off. Get off. I would like to. I hope you had footage. I hope you had. It can, and the weird thing is that James can play poker because he's got a good resume behind him and he wins tournaments every now and again. But dress sense, I'm not being funny. I'm not being funny. The guy needs lessons. Oh my days! Who wears joggers and shoes? He's a good lad, James. He's a good lad.
Old 100 bags on the old ending.
Yeah, he has. He's got a few first places.
Oh yeah,
He won the.
first person to ever win 2 30-30s.
That's right.
Of course,
Yeah,
of course.
That's right.
This is good, this piece.
So now we got Ludo shoes in the comms box. If you're watching Ludo, you can come collect it any time
Absolutely.
today.
Nighthawk, good question. Jay's going to answer. Looking at the closer, £110 on Monday. What's the information? The closer online is online. It's a £25,000 guaranteed 2-day event. Starts at 7 p.m.
So make sure you can play Tuesday as well, because that's when the day 2 is
Yeah.
for the close up.
Yeah.
You can, and if you want to get in for free on Sunday, we have a live stream free roll, and
do.
the winner of that gets themselves a seat into the close up.
You can try and guess the password because I know it.
Oh, you know it. I don't know it this time.
I know it. I know the password. You've got a full 2 days to try and get into the live stream free roll that starts at 6 o'clock on Sunday. I'm not telling you the password, you can try and guess it. So yeah, £110 closer, £25,000 guaranteed tournament. 2-day event. Make sure you're available for the 2 days. And also online, we've got the Haymaker promotion still going on. The live stream free rollers we've just mentioned on the Sunday starts at 6 o'clock. And on Sunday also, on the sports book, the Grosvenor sports book, there will be a book for the GUKPT of the players remaining on the final day. Dave Doherty won it last event. So good afternoon and welcome to day 1B, a full card room, alternates awaiting, cash tables awaiting, names on the list. 180 already, and it's not 2 o'clock. There could be 300. I think the line at 290 today was pretty good.
Who set that?
Me.
You?
Just for today.
What, just for day 1B, or was that including the turbo?
Just for day 1B.
Yeah, I think that's a good line, very good line.
Because talking to Jim earlier, he said he thought it might be 300 including the turbo. But we could easily get 100 for the turbo.
290, very good line. I think that it's going to be close.
I saw you chat afterwards when you back.
So blind on blind, both players with a suited ace. Archie with the better one, and Flops top pair, top kicker. Unfortunately for him, not much here for Dan to be getting involved with. It's a great flop for us here with the ace jack. And this is a free bet situation, blind on blind. Might see Dan call if it's a single raise pot, if it's a limp call. But once it's a free bet pot here, just going to let the ace high go. The kill, our short stack, working with 8.7, not been the best session so far for him.
C4, why have you not been to Blackpool? You only live 10 minutes away.
Yeah, Sifo, where's the old, what is it he brings us usually? Samosas.
How's the weather? Just cold. Well, it's not cold, it's just normal for a November day in Blackpool. Didn't realise today it's bonfire night.
Is it?
Yeah, tonight.
Hopefully we'll see fireworks at the featured table at some point.
Yes! That's why we pay. That's why we pay.
I'm here all week as well.
Weather's not bad actually. It's dry, breezy and daylightish at the moment. Are there fireworks displays? There will be. There will be somewhere. I've no idea where, but there will be. There'll be loads around tonight. We've been a Friday night as well. Weekend off with the kids. Bonfire night. There'll be loads around.
I'm as shocked as you, Simon. Don't worry, mate. I'm just as surprised as you.
He gets paid in kind, I'll tell you, most of the time.
That's mine, yeah. I can literally just put that one down. That's fine. Thanks so much. I put the tea on the trolley behind.
Letters please, Anthony Kennedy, Anthony Kennedy.
So how's the app looking? Let's have a look at the app, see if anybody's been eliminated or the numbers are scrolling on. One cash table running at a minute, it's the dealer's choice.
That's what he was. You're not saying for 4 weeks and just do something magic. Score one against Chelsea again.
181 in the main, £350,000 in the prize pool. And we've lost 10. We will get the names of the early eliminations.
I wouldn't mind seeing Guy squeeze this to like 1.3. Around there, 1.5, perfectly fine. 5x, opening a call. And going to take that one down uncontested.
Nice one, Simon. Simon Cleater, first time watching the stream yesterday. Both doing a great job, really enjoying the commentary and the chat interaction. We always say, always on the live stream, that chat interaction for us is really important. You ask the questions, we have a laugh, we answer the questions, and we know when the comms have to get serious. It's a good all-round well-oiled machine. That's a nice face. Look at that. Doesn't realise it's on telly.
So Gar making it 300 with the deuces, and Dan in the hijack just going to flat the eights.
Who was that? Are the drinks and sandwiches free? Is there a buffet for players? Hi, heck. What year are we in? Soft drinks are always available.
Yeah,
tea,
hot drinks.
coffee, hot drinks, pop, lemonade, water, whatever you want to drink. They're complimentary.
And
obviously, alcohol is not, and neither is the food.
Then we do have a dinner break with the, obviously all players get fed.
We used to have a buffet, and they've always had a buffet on the GUKPT, but since COVID and since the restrictions came down, they've boxed the food, but it's still complimentary. Yeah, your choice whether you want it or not, but there's a food menu available for 12 hours of the day, and a lot of people do take it up on that. So you had a meal last night, didn't you?
Yeah.
It was a nice supper you had?
Yeah, it was nice.
Nice supper.
Bit of steak and some
upstairs.
croquettes, I think they're called. Is that how you pronounce it?
Croquettes. Well, croquettes. Ick, come on, Stoke. Yes, they beat Blackpool 1-0 on Wednesday night.
Blackpool playing tomorrow, ain't they?
They will be, Saturday. But they lost to Stoke in midweek. Stoke flying at the minute in the Championship. They're playing QPR. Ooh.
Oh yeah, Razor Kev supports QPR. He's going to the old.
Okay.
Of course.
What happens in the next day too?
He doesn't go.
Tell you what, if he plays because he's good at the match and gets bust out on purpose, there'll be 90% of his backers upset. What a great story. Old Razor Kev. Yeah, there's always the GUKPT have always had a complimentary buffet for the players. It used to be a buffet style, as you know, but obviously since COVID restrictions have had to keep in place a little, and they box up the food. Yesterday was it chili and rice yesterday?
Yeah.
And nachos.
Yep.
And today apparently is chicken curry or vegetable curry. So we've been told. So Razor Kev. Oh, of course, it's the best day in football, or used to be. The FA Cup starts tomorrow. There'll be a bit of a struggle tomorrow for Towers treble.
Towers treble.
Oh,
Get that up.
Oh dear.
It'll be a good day to get it up though. FA Cup day.
Absolutely. The problem is with the FA Cup nowadays, even the league teams make changes, don't they? Not as prestigious as it used to be. Any sign of Kev Steele? Not seen Kev Steele for years. Won the Sunday Million twice in 6 months. Did it, Kev Steele? Went to a mate's house. Wanted to play the Sunday Million. Said, I'll give you 30% and anything I win, I want to play the Sunday Million. Won it. He only went in his house and used his internet. He gave him 30%. 3 months later, did it again, won it again.
What, same house, same bloke?
I don't actually know if it was the same house the second time, but that's a few years ago now, though, to be fair. Kev Steele.
Need the internet.
Any of the Manchester playing, you're not, yeah. Every one of them, I think. There's only you missing a C4. Everybody else is playing. To be fair, Kev's got a better chance of playing watching the Blackpool QPR match tomorrow.
What?
It's a 5:30 kickoff.
Ah, okay.
So he's got more chance of getting bust out for Saturday.
Makes sense.
It's on telly. Just watch it on telly when he plays day 2. Nobody does oatcakes like Stoke. Ick. Nobody.
So a kill here, gonna free bet this one. Still working with 90 big blinds, so just wants the free bet. Try and get some value from William's cut-off opening range that can potentially defend, but William just with 8-6 here against a kill out of position, just lets it go. How are we doing, Trozeni? And thank you. I'm a bit happier now, so was a nice little result. Always nice little touch.
Can you remember how many chips you bagged up? At the start of day 2.
What, the mini?
Yeah.
84,000.
Nice.
And then day 2, I bagged up 430,000, which was only 8 big blinds. And then we actually got very lucky. Second hand of the day, I think it was, or third maybe. But the man sat in seat 1 now at the featured table. He was on the button, folds to me. I ripped Jack 10 for 8 big blinds, and the guy has aces. And I'm like, see you later. I'm out the door, and the dealer just runs it. Queen 9-8, find the 9 on the river, hit a straight. We doubled up, and we're off. I was happy with how I played after that. After we got lucky against Guy and we got the double, we had some chips, we could take some better shove spots, and I was pretty happy with how I played after that. But we needed that little bit of luck first to make that run. Just one bullet, Trezani. The single bullet.
Beautiful. It's always the 6 pint that does it, Dave. It's always 6. 5's fine.
As soon as you have that 6
one. As
one.
soon as you have number 6, it's a killer. Dave Duggan lost 173,000 in the last 10 minutes of day 1 after his 6th pint. I'm telling you, it's fatal. Have 5, you're fine.
So 8-3-3, 2 spade the flop. Expect Guy to have lots of bets on this one with king high after opening under the gun. Don't need to go too large on this particular board. Our opponent should only be able to continue with 3x, 8x and flush draws. But opts to check behind. And this 8 on the turn. Double pairs the board.
Main event players and dealers after the hand in progress. You'll be on a 20-minute break. That's 20-minute break after the hand in progress. Please leave the room as quickly as you can. The call will be closed during the break.
Hello. I go when they play Newcastle.
Tim Pod Stadium.
I have to sit in the home end though.
There's plenty of seats there.
I'm always so jealous because like.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, I'm biased, obviously, but like.
It's different in the game when you go away because the away fans always win.
I've got something to show you.
What have you got?
I've got something to show you.
Away fans this league, like.
I've got something to show you.
What is this?
Still in. Right. Straight after the hand. I've been given something.
Leave the room as soon as your hand is finished.
I've been given something by a member of staff. And it's told me to open it. So I will. So straight after this hand, I'll show you. Who's Gar? Gar's not. Are we showing him? Any action in this hand? Archie. I'm not sure why Archie's not put his cards in the box. You can see him lifting his cards out of the box. Dave should be telling him. That's 3 or 4 times C8's not done that. He's just lifting his cards hovering above these. He knows.
I was worried that like Miller would go past them. But I thought they would because they made it inside.
So I was given something at the as I walked in.
What we got?
Hey, come on, Tower, he says. Remember the old days? I went, yeah. He went, remember this? He said, it's still in the bag. Do you want to take it out? I says, yeah, all right. This is a memento from the very first season of GUKPT. Look at that. GUKPT. See that? See that? How good is that? I got 2. The first season, you used to get card protectors. And he gave us 2.
I remember at Goliath they used to do that.
They used to do the card protectors. They're very old. GUKPT. Grosvenor UK Poker Tour. Still in the bag. And we know Blue Square obviously was the first sponsor. And now it's obviously Grosvenor Poker. The first ever one. He's still got 2. Still in the bag. What's that? 14 years ago? Wow. I might actually give one of these away on the live stream if anybody wants one. There's a bit of a memento. Just I don't know what it says. Just put the old spec, the old goggles on.
Just sponsored by
it
an
just
association.
says Grosvenor UK Poker Tour in association with BlueSquare.com. Just absolutely pristine. 14 years old. What about that? How good is that? That's amazing. I just thought it was great nice. He says, yeah, I've had these all in a cupboard since leg number 1. But when we were here, leg number 8, I think it was, of 2007, when Paul Bracken won it back in the day. 2007. Paul every now and again turns up in
remember
London.
that?
I just do. Just one of the things. Don't see Paul Bracken too often. Every now and again. Big Arsenal fan as well is Paul. So yeah, absolutely amazing. I might have to give one of them away on the live stream at some point. So there we go. Damon. Still got the 2018. Yeah, the 2018 one in the bag. Nice one. They're awesome, aren't they? They're really, it's a great tool, really nice. Obviously pristine condition because they're still in the bag. Wow, pretty heavy as well. Good card protector. There you go. What to do with those and decide what to do over the next 3 days. Cammy's football channel. We'll let you advertise just this one, seeing as though you're coming down for the bounty afterwards. Match day vlog of the
derby. I'm guessing that's
derby.
what say.
So he's either a Man United or Man City fan, seeing as though it's the Manchester derby tomorrow at 12:30. Unless Sheffield United are playing Sheffield Wednesday, which I'm not too sure about.
How can he do a match day vlog when he's here for the bounty?
Because it's 12:30 kickoff and the bounty doesn't start till 4.
That's genius, Tower. There we are. That's why we pay you.
Absolutely. There you go. You see, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here.
12:30 kickoff.
Nice one.
Must have been, there's no left, like.
Good morning. You working hard?
Yeah.
Good. Good. And you've got 5 minutes. I'll get Jay to get paid for one. His shoulders. Oh, he's a Derby supporter. I see. We thought, when you said of the Derby, we thought you meant of the Derby, but Manchester United versus Manchester City. That's the Derby, not the Derby as in the place. I don't say, where are you going today? I'm going to the Rotherham. A Derby supporter. Having a tough time. Derby County. Is Rooney still in charge?
I think so.
Is he?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, enjoy your vlog of the Derby. John Ayres a Derby fan, we know that. Oh, here he is. Here, John. 2 watching the live stream, that's going to be a first.
Tower, what year did Price Banzi win in Bolton?
2007.
There you are.
February. Cardsmith. That's when I first started following the tour. When Praz Banzi won it, that's when everybody first started following the tour. That was the first leg ever. Bolton, 2007 was the first leg of the GUKPT. And Praz Banzi won it. Then that all makes sense. So, Cammy's football channel is a vlogger on all games, and he's doing the Derby, but he supports Derby.
Oh, okay.
We got there in the end. Yeah, a lot of people do a lot of vlogging. Hope it's successful. The Cammy football channel. Something I should have got into a long time ago. I should have done a radio programme. I could have been the Jason Cundy of Talk Sport.
I used to love that, the 10 o'clock one when him and, who is it, Goldstein that do it? Used to do it, or I don't know, they still do. Used to love
I could have done that if I'd have got myself into it. Yeah, Lee was manager of Bolton at the time, and Ian was just started the GUKPT. All came into insurgents in 2007. Jonathan Raab, Russ Tamplin, Ian Bryant, all had this idea in 2006 that we'll start a tour. And that's exactly what we did. And obviously 2020 was just a blip. But now we're back and the numbers are absolutely insane. It has been an amazing year, and yes, we've crammed it in. And been every 2 weeks there's another leg, every 2 weeks there's another leg, but it's just worked so well. And it certainly worked well for these players, because the National Poker League that's right there, they're fighting off for. We'll get updates from Tom on when it's going to be updated regarding the final 4 30-30s of the year. All events from this year will be added to that. All the numbers and points will be added before the 30-30s and the final 4 30-30s. Going to be Leeds, Luton, Bolton and Edinburgh. This lad is playing Luton.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go and play Luton.
He's going to flick it in Luton.
Probably the Saturday, probably the last day.
Yeah. Flick it in at Luton, get himself, bagging himself a seat and making a day 2, and by getting a bag, sign his bag away, and you're all playing for second. But Leeds, Luton, Bolton and Edinburgh, the final 4 events on this year's NPL. And then everybody else will see you down in London.
Oh,
because we will be live streaming.
This is huge, Tower, this hand. Look at this. Top pair for Graham, bottom set for Akil. Gar up and down and flush draw orange. So Akil going to be on his way to a potential double here. Comes in for a check, and Gar, after smashing this flop with the 7-8 suited, going to be firing here. And Akil's just going to have a lovely spot here with the 6s, because Graham here sitting with top pair. Oh, Graham, what are we up to? Yeah, Graham here could even potentially fold this spot, but this is the last option. It's going to be call or fold here with a queen 3. We do not want to be raising this 4-way after Gar has bet into the whole field. It's just going to be a disaster for us as Graham here. We're now going to get out of the way, but potentially lost some chips that were and needed to be lost there. Don't want to be raising top pair in those situations, folks. Never ever getting continues from worse. We've still got 2 players behind us as well. It's just a situation where it's going to be call or fold dependent on table. But anyway, Akil fading spades, 5s and 10s.
Does he fade it?
Nope. So we're going to lose Akil after he flopped the set of 6s. Did not want to see that hand. That was the one hand he didn't really want to see.
Off he goes. Unlucky Akil. Couldn't fade the spade on the river.
Finally a little bit of action, and we've lost one. Cheers, Alan. I haven't been able to get abroad for the last 2 years, unfortunately.
Oh.
And it's hard to catch a tan here in Blackpool, believe it or not.
It's rust. When you're walking down the prom with a 40 mile an hour wind, it's not a suntan, it's rust. Right, we're sort of coming out. He's not even a Derby fan. So there we go. Anyway, enjoy the vlogging. That's all we can say about it. Enjoy the vlogs. Archie is going to be a future World Series winner. That is a bold statement. So 15 minutes time until the end of this sesh, and then a 20-minute break.
So Graham raising it up with ace-9, perfectly fine in the small, and Guy going to make the defend with the 6-3. Flops top and bottom. This is action again. A little bit of action for us. First session of the day, back end. Graham with the nut flush draw 2 overs, and Guy flopping top and bottom here. So definitely going to see some chips go in. Guy just going to make the call in position. We are very deep. Take some turns. I won't like that one. That's going to counterfeit the 6-3 of Guy Taylor. And Graham here just with ace height, going to come in for a second barrel here for 1200. And Guy going to call once more. It's blind on blind, so hard to make a pair, and the ace-9 gets there on the end. And that's going to give Graham the check mark here. And is he going to come in for value? Wouldn't mind either here. Come in for around half pot, or we can go for a check call, try and get some call from some 4x with a heart potentially that Guy would call 2 streets with. Is going to come in for the 3k value bet on the river like this. Try and get some calls from some 6x, perhaps some 3x that don't believe us. So difficult spot here for Guy Taylor. Should be aware that Graham's never going to be value bet and worse, so this 6-3 does become a bluff catcher. I don't know.
Is that staring somebody down and taking to extreme?
Stood up and leant over the table and looked at him.
Flop well. But just got a look at the guy.
It's a really tough spot. Does he expect? The question is, does he expect Graham to go 3 barrels here as a bluff? I know we can see Graham's rivered the best of it, but like he will have a lot of ace X hands with the ace of hearts, king X hands with the king of hearts that can be his bluffs here. They're all the hands that Graham's supposed to bluff, and that's what's going through Guy's head. But Guy's got to come up with what hands he's going for value with here. Obviously, probably a 9's pretty irrelevant. I know he's rivered top pair, top kicker with the 9, but definitely some over pairs in there: 7s, 8s, 10s, jacks, queens, kings. All them still in his range as the razor. Maybe even some 5x that opted to raise blind on blind. Bets the flop and turn in trips and continue betting. So this is a really difficult situation for Guy Taylor, and can't blame him here for taking his time, and he shows him the 6-3, and that's good poker. Puts the money in when he's ahead and makes the fold when he's behind, and if you do that at the poker tables, you're going to make money.
He says, I was thinking about bluffing, but you talked me out of it, said Guy. Seems to have worked it out pretty well. The cash tables start at 1-2 and run all the way up to a 5, 10, 20, 40 Omaha.
Ace King 6, 2 diamond flop. William flopping flush draw, and Guy flopping a flush draw as well. And this is blind on blind, so this could be huge if a diamond does roll off on the turn. Guy continuing for 300 after he opted to raise pre, and William just going to call here with the 9 higher flush draw. Deuce of hearts on the turn. So probably going to see Guy double barrel this spot a lot of the time. We've got the range advantage here being the razor pre-flop. We're sitting here with just queen high. We can start targeting some 6x to get some folds from, some gut shots, hands like queen jack, queen 10 that are still ahead of us. So like his decisions coming for the double barrel here, and takes it down with the queen high. Was the best hand unbeknownst to him, but those spots are very good when you got equity to be double barreling win. It's just favouring your range. We can get our opponent to fold a whole host of theirs. And the times that we are called, we've obviously got the equity to get there some of the time on the river. But we're working with about 10 minutes left on the clock. Maybe a little bit more. Ah, he's in the chat.
Who's that?
Guy. So he's thinking of bluff jamming the 6-3 hand. Fair enough, blocking the boats, understand it. The way you were talking to him though, the way you're posturing.
He just said it, I'm going to bluff you, but you taught me out of it, which means he got a read and play it perfectly.
The way you were posturing, I just thought with it, like you wouldn't raise after that. I thought once you started talking to him, it was call or fold. So
nice one, Guy.
Fair enough, mate.
Nice one indeed. Worked it out well, because he said I was going to bluff you, but you just put me off.
I don't know if he calls with that particular holding, to be honest with you. The ace-9, the ace of hearts, but...
I've seen call this week, but I don't know if he's in the main. I'm not sure. He could well be. We'll get our action tracker iPad very soon and give you some information. Probably after the break, which is in 7 minutes. Is the Skullman playing? Yes, he is. I think there's only you and Keith missing out the OCC.
So guy raising to 400 with the king 9. 740. Down in with a 3-bet with the kings, takes that one down. So we got about 15 minutes left before we will go on the first break of the day, which I believe is a 25-minute break.
It is indeed. Been extended.
Just because of how busy it is today.
Yeah. Obviously the dealers need a break as well when there's no breakers because everybody's dealing. So it'll be a 25-minute break. If it is 20 minutes on the clock, don't worry about it. We'll be back in situation.
Once again, Masood, Crawley, Craig Stewart, Kyle Barnes and Colin Gillens, make your way to the deck for your seat in the tournament.
I'm guessing that's one of your friends, Mr. Joe Saunders, watching on YouTube?
Yeah. We had James Jagger in here earlier, Joe. You would have liked that little clip of him in the comms. He's probably sitting there with his feet up, watching the live stream, pretending to be working.
Pretending?
Yeah.
Like it. We do it all the time. We've done it for years. We'll get you the fixtures for the new table on the way as well when we return on who it will be. What's that?
It's a new one.
Is that the new one?
New one.
I didn't realise you got the information.
Yep.
Oi, oi. Who's that then?
You got Harry's brother.
Harry. Ah, Michael Cainsley.
Oh no, Cook Brad.
No way.
Yeah, Cook Brad's
How's he
coming
got
to
on telly?
I don't know. Cook Brad's coming to the
Well,
table.
he'll be telling the stories. I used to work with Gordon Ramsay back in the day.
Yeah, Mark Foggin, Anthony Kennedy, Gary Bertram, Callegaro, Morial, Christian Popsicu.
Right, awesome. Good to see Michael Caine back in the card room. So the clock is red on the top right hand side, which is less than 5 minutes to go on the clock. And it will be a 25-minute break.
Yeah,
if it says 20 minutes, we apologise, but it was just an extended break. They had an extra 5 minutes to get everybody back in place.
As well, he did confirm, I'm not sure if he's turned up to the casino yet, but Jamie did say, Jamie Nixon, that he wanted to do some comms level 3 and level 4.
Okay.
So Jamie might be in the comms with either Tower or Wright after the break, if he's here. But I will find out on the break if he's rocked up yet. But Jamie was going to come in and do some comms today.
Awesome.
So Jamie Nixon, one of his students, Chef Brad, going to be on the feature. I wonder if Brad's going to be playing like he tells him to.
Not a chance. Absolutely not a chance.
So Gar comes in for the loose open under the gun, 9-8 off. Makes it 300, an instant punishment from Daniel on his direct left with the ace queen, 3 bets to 9. And Guy with the big slick here in the small. Incoming cold 4, you suspect, somewhere around the 2.5k. Looks like he's even gone bigger than that, looks like 3.6 total. So ops for a full 4x 4 bet out of position. Do want to size up out of position. Now Daniel in a bit of a spot. We're only really ahead of Guy's 4 bet bluffs. He may do this with ace queen some of the time as well, but Daniel making a very good discipline lay down there. And Guy did have the goods in the form of big slick.
Did anybody tell you we're off to
There.
the next season?
Look at this schedule. Reading and Coventry included next year. Coventry such a success.
Where
this
should
year.
we bring his golf clubs?
I don't know, Tal. I'm thinking maybe leg 6 Luton.
Leg 6 Luton.
Maybe if you do you drive down? You don't drive down. You get the train.
Drive to Luton.
Oh, you drive to Luton.
Nightmare
you
on
drive,
the train.
You drive to Luton.
Yeah, well, you have to
try-
you have to drive. You have to get the train to London, then walk across to St Pancras or something like that.
I think
and
that
then
would
back
be the
up to
best
Luton.
time. Play because that sort of time for golf would be perfect, wouldn't it? Luton.
What, you
around
mean
there.
warm?
Yeah, be perfect.
Right.
Yeah, we get Mr. Saunders playing as well. Joe Saunders in the chat. He's a member up there as well with me.
We're
so,
going to take the sticks to Edinburgh.
Yeah, but I usually fly up to Edinburgh. I usually fly.
Take the sticks.
What, on the
30
plane?
quid.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought.
Yeah. 30 quid for your sticks on a plane.
All right, yeah.
Just ask driver to carry them. Right. Edinburgh in the summer.
Yeah, that could be.
We could do Edinburgh,
Yeah.
Luton. Never play golf in Reading. Berryhill Road might be a bit cold.
We should maybe do it every leg. Get there a day early every leg. Play golf at a different course every leg.
Don't mind that. Don't mind that. But that's the schedule.
We could vlog it as well.
Yes. Oh, the GUKPT golf vlog. That could be a thing. It could be. That's the schedule, by the way, for the 2022 events. Golf stops to be confirmed. So check all the details. It's all on social media. I've already seen it being screenshotted onto Facebook by different poker industries.
Yeah, Joe, he said he'll be there. Bring plenty.
Oh, come on, Wages Day. Now you're teasing me. You're absolutely teasing me. If you can get us onto Sunningdale, and it's not too expensive, and I mean not too expensive, I'd walk from Blackpool with the golf clubs on me back.
Nice course. Yeah.
Top 3 in the country.
Yeah.
100%. Every golfer, top 3 in the country.
Wow. Wow. Well, that's it. We are on break.
Keep that in mind, by the way, in the chat. Wages Day. Keep that in mind. We're going to restart the live stream, so everybody on YouTube, you'll need to refresh because we are restarting. It's going to be a late day. It's a 25-minute break, not 20. So we will be back at 2:55 with the refresh on YouTube. Everybody else will just carry on as normal, but for recording purposes, it has to be done at some point. We might as well do it early so we can just carry on through the day. More golf talk, more poker talk, and more talk on its way. See you in 25.
See you then.
Welcome to another hour with the Tower, and we have had to go to Vegas for the next special guest because, regarded as the best online MTT player in history with 16.5 million lifetime total earnings, under the legendary nickname Moment1, which now means you know who it is, 5.9 million in lifetime earnings, holding 2 of the 3 Triple Crown. He's got a World Series bracelet and a WPT. He's 9th on the all-time money list in England, but that doesn't matter. Because for an hour with the Tower, it is the one and only Mr. Chris Moorman.
Thanks for having me on the podcast, Bill.
Oh, man, how you doing? How's Vegas?
Yeah, good. Like it's getting hot here actually. Oh well, obviously it's summer, but actually it's not as hot as it normally is for the the World Series every summer. It's been quite chill. It's actually you can go outside and not sweat your balls off, so it's been nice.
How's lockdown been?
Yeah, not too bad actually. Like I was quite fortunate because just before it all went down, I was away. I was in England in the whole of January. I was playing a couple of live tournaments. I had an 8-at-8 tournament in Madrid. And I was playing a big tournament at Dusk Till Dawn as well. So I was away for the whole of January, and then just before it all kind of went down, I got back and I was in Vegas because obviously it would have sucked to being sort of away somewhere and not being able to get back home and being apart from my wife for like months. So yeah, I was kind of lucky that I was back home and at least I wasn't lonely. I had someone to hang out with, and yeah, no complaints really.
You've been in Vegas a couple of years, all right?
Yeah, like on and off. I kind of split my time between traveling the circuit still and and like staying here.
Brilliant stuff. We're going to start basically at the beginning because how did you learn? Where did you first start playing poker, and when was it?
God, it feels like a lifetime ago now. Guess it was like I was at university at Essex University studying economics, not doing too hot. Like kind of failing. I was getting distracted. Like at the time, I was getting distracted by pool. I'd always played pool growing up, and then we at university, I joined the pool club. We had a pretty good team. We played in the national championships every year, and I guess this was it was up in Derby, I think, the national championships, and we'd gone to Derby, played that year. I think it was my first year at university. And on the way home, one of my friends saw in like the student newspaper about this free tournament on Victor Chandler Poker that all students could play. It was free to buy in, and the winner would get. I think the winner got the equivalent of about $500, but they also got a seat in this big live tournament in London. So me and my friends didn't even know the rules of poker at this point, but we decided, okay, we'll give it a spin. It's free to enter. It was on a Monday night, so there was not much going on campus that night. So me and my 4 flatmates went on Yahoo because it wasn't even Google back then. We went on Yahoo, printed out a set of rules, started playing amongst ourselves with like two pence coins, and just played the free roll every week. And first sort of 5 or 6 times did absolutely nothing kind of thing and lost every hand. And then I actually came second one week for like 120 bucks. Obviously, I was gutted to come second because I missed out on the live seat, but still $120 was good money to me. I was a broke student. So now I had the dilemma of whether I cash out and sort of take my money and run, or sort of play around with it and see what happened. And I was really 50-50. I kept asking everyone because I didn't want to be determined as a gambler kind of thing. And in the end, I just decided to sort of have fun with it. And yeah, it went from there, really.
You've turned into, obviously, the early days of poker, you've turned into the number one, an absolute phenom. We've looked back at your pocket fives. Do you know exactly or roughly how many online cashes you've got on pocket fives? There might even be more that's not been on there, but would you like to have a guess?
God, I don't know, like maybe 10,000. I don't know.
It's just 11,594. That's to date.
That's a lot of poker, yeah. A lot.
That's a lot of poker. That's a lot of cashes, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cashes. Your first on there is fifth for 13,000 in July 2006. I'm not being funny. That's 14 years ago.
Yeah, that's not a bad first cash either, right?
where is it? Apart from the years, where have they gone? 13,000 as a first cash. Was it instantly? This is going to be bankroll, or are we just going to squander it?
Well, actually, it's kind of funny because I'd been playing poker for quite a long time at that point, and I was playing mainly cash games on the Victor Chandler site.
Yeah.
And it was the first. The site got shut down. It was I can't remember what the exact act it was called under, but it got shut down. And I only really played on that site at the time. It was quite a small site, but I knew everyone. I had like my all stats on everyone. I was just a cash game player, played a few tournaments on the side. And I was like, okay, I'm going to have to move sites. But I was really reliant on my HUD back in the day, which is kind of funny because I don't really use it anymore. But yeah, so I was like, okay, I can't play on, like the big sites at the time, Full Tilt and PokerStars on the cash games there without having all my database set up. And I didn't really know much how to, do all that kind of stuff. So I had to wait for my friend at university to be free, and he had exams that week. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do? I haven't got, can't take a week off poker. I was addicted to it. So I was like, okay, I'll just dabble in a couple of these tournaments. I played like this Sunday online tournaments that I hadn't really played before on the sites, because I was like, okay, well, I don't need my database for this. And I played them, and I was like shocked at how much worse the players were in the tournaments and the cash games. And obviously I had that 13K score that day. I came fifth, I think, or something like that in the big Full Tilt Sunday tournament.
Yeah.
And from there, I was kind of hooked on the tournaments. I really enjoyed just the different dynamics, different stages of the tournament. And before that, I'd just been playing cash game, kind of building my bankroll. I'd done pretty well, but the games were starting to get a bit stale because, with cash games, you always feel like you have to keep moving up and up when you're doing well. And I didn't really want the swings of, even if you're the best player in the world, you're playing big cash games, you're going to have crazy swings. So yeah, I just got hooked on tournaments. And then even when I got my buddy to set it all back up, I tried to start playing cash games again, and it just wasn't the same. And yes, that's how I really started, really, because at that point I'd been playing cash for maybe over a year and been doing well. But obviously, cash and tournaments, there's different, levels of. I was just going under the radar kind of thing.
Did you multi-table? Was it mad? Did you have screens absolutely everywhere?
Oh yeah, I was one of the biggest multi-tablers. I was just like, my philosophy was like, if you're not in it, you can't win it. But like also I didn't really have a timeout and stuff. I was 99% of the decisions were like real quick for me. I was always been amazing at maths, like one of my strongest point. And so like I just would put different tournaments on, I had like 2 screens, and I'd put them at different parts of the screen, which ones were important to me, which ones were getting deep. And so I just did it like that. And I played, would pay more attention to the ones that were obviously deep in the tournament, and I would late register a lot of tournaments so that I just didn't miss the tournament, but I could still play and just come in a bit later when the blinds are bigger.
Yeah. So basically, it more or less gave you the impetus that this was the career and this was it. What were the parents like? What were the family like, or did you keep them under the radar for a year or two?
Well, yeah, kind of pretty funny. Maybe a year or 2 or 10 almost. No, well, because what happened was I was playing at university and sort of going to less and less of my lectures, doing really well. At first, it was just sort of a bit of fun, and then I was making some serious money, and I was like, wow, maybe I can do this for a career. And then it almost got to the point where I had to do it for a career because I basically had to drop out of university because I got so far behind. I tried to stop playing and catch up with my studies, do my dissertations, which is like 10,000 word document on your subject. But yeah, I just couldn't get past the first sentence really. So I went into the
without thinking aces.
yeah, I went into the dean of the university and told him that I was gonna sort of leave my degree, and he was like, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" And I told him poker, and he kind of laughed in my face. And the only person I really told outside my friends was my sister, and was my younger sister, and I got her to because I had to confide in someone, and I knew my parents wouldn't probably jump at the chance their son's going to be a gambler and play poker. But at this stage, I didn't even know if I could do it myself. I was, I'd had a few good months and stuff, but yeah, I didn't know if it was sustainable. So yeah, I just grinded, stayed at university. A couple of my friends were in a lower year than me, so I just stayed on the campus and played a lot of poker. Just took up all the information I could and got better and better, and paid off all my student loans. And then in the end, when at the end of my university, I ended up making up that I passed my degree essentially, which, but I went for I basically said I got a third, which is the lowest pass possible. So they kind of believed me, my parents. But obviously I didn't have a degree to go and get a job. So I had to tell them, that I wanted to give poker a try, and they were very skeptical. But my dad gave me, he'd seen that I paid off all my student loans. So obviously they were happy about that I didn't have any debts and stuff, and I had some money in the bank. And he wrote down all the money I had in every poker site, had all my bank account details, everything. And he gave me 6 months to see how much, essentially I'd increased my bankroll in that 6 months to see if it was sustainable to live on and stuff. So that 6 months, at the time, I guess I was 20, 21 years old. And I was just all my friends are going out on a Friday night, and I was just I've got to stay in and play poker. I have to play every day to just, make sure I hit enough money where my dad's going to be impressed and let me do this as a career, not send me back to school kind of thing. So I really didn't want to go back. And yeah, luckily those 6 months went really well. I qualified for my first ever World Series at that point, got smoked there. So that was a bad start because obviously, Vegas always gets you, do a bunch of money there. So then I had to grind it back even harder. And yeah, that 6 months went well, and just kind of went from there really. But it wasn't actually until my second book came out where I kind of said some of these stories and stuff that my parents didn't know. I never told them that I hadn't got my degree until 2 or 3 years ago. So yeah, I had to break the news just before the book came out. But luckily, yeah, it all worked out in the end.
Your first few live tournaments, your first Ending Mob, 124th in the World Series 2K for 4,056. That was June 2008.
Right.
What was it like playing in Vegas for the first time? And how did you find it going to Vegas? Because obviously you played a lot online. So playing live to playing online, did you just have the complete contrast and thought this is just as easy as playing online?
No, far from it. And to be fair, that that's my first tournament cash, but I'd played quite a few tournaments before that and not even cashed. Yeah, as I said, I'd gone to I think it was it 2000, maybe the 2007 World Series, or maybe it was 2006, which was the one that Jamie Gold won. That was that one. It was
2000. That was 2006.
Okay, so I played that one, and obviously you just said that my first cash was in 2008, so I'd obviously played a few tournaments in between as well. But I was sticking, mainly I stuck to sort of what was my bread and butter, playing online, and if I satellited into a tournament online, I'd go and play the live tournament. But yeah, I didn't have much live experience, and it was quite a different game to me, just dealing, just so many differences. So it definitely took a lot of time for me to get used to it, even the first sort of 3 years after I cashed, I never really cashed anything big, compared to what the buy-ins were. I was definitely a losing player at live poker to begin with. And just trial and error really, and like just perseverance. And then, you know, I think it was 2011, it all kind of clicked for me. And it wasn't even that I was doing anything that different compared to before in live poker, but you know, I was just winning the key flips, winning the key hands, had a little bit of extra confidence to go with my read and stuff. And yeah, I think in 2011, I sort of had a breakout year in live poker and actually started showing that I could be a winning player live as well as online, rather than before, where I was just sort of winning online, and then every time I played a live tournament, never cash in or min cash in, never make the final table. So yeah, it was quite a transformation.
Well, the first time we ever met was
a long time ago.
It was the same year, 2008. It was Luton, the GUKPT. You finished 17th out of 376 entries. Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, of course, cricket. Yeah, I gave him all the chips as well. With like 17 left, I started his career for sure. And it was funny because the night before we'd met, I think we'd been staying at the same hotel, and they had a pool table, and he's really good at pool, and I play a lot of pool, as I already said. So we played a few games of pool. I was chatting to him, and actually he's and his friend, who actually I knew more than Sam at the time, Pete Linton. And then we happened to both go deep in the tournament, and we played a huge hand. And my friends still make fun of me for this hand to this day. And you were actually in the background. I could hear you in the middle of the hand with your loud, booming voice. And it was like, I think it was a 3-bet pot, and I had a pair of queens, and I think it came like 2, 3, 4. So like pretty safe flop. And Sam check called, and then turn was a 5, so pretty bad card for me. Obviously, any ace makes a straight now, but then the river was a queen, and so I now made top set, and Sam shoved all into me, and in my head I was like, you know, like in this spot, he never really, he either has an ace or he's turning like pair of 9s or pair of 8s into a bluff, and I thought he was capable enough to do it, so I ended up calling. I didn't like, it was back in the day when people didn't really call 3-bets out of position very much. I was, especially when online, like I was used to people just folding or 4-betting. Maybe live poker, you know, was quite different. But I basically thought if he had ace king, he would have been all in before the flop, so I didn't put him on an ace king. And if he had ace queen, I blocked, and you know, there wasn't many combinations left of that because I had 2 queens. And so ace jack offsuit, I thought he would fold before flop. And so yeah, I ended up calling him because I thought he was turning like a 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s all into a bluff. And yeah, he just had ace jack, and I looked very silly, and it was a huge pot. And I just remember behind me, you were saying something about, Chris Moore has called and he can't even beat an ace. Oh wow, Nido as well as I'm walking up. Yeah, that was my first big sort of deep run in a good tournament. So it was exciting for sure. But yeah, it was definitely very memorable as well.
Sam got the trophy. He did indeed.
Yeah, I used to use my chips wisely.
But in 2008, it wasn't all bad because he became the world's #1 for the very first time. Had you been chasing it? Was this something that you obviously you're keeping control of what you were doing online? You were knowing you were there. You were top 10, top 5, #1. What did it mean?
At the time, it meant everything to me. It's like what I'd sort of devoted the last sort of few years of my life to. I was playing poker at that stage way more than even now. Like I was playing 6, 7, sometimes 7 days a week, every week, all day, long days. But like to me, it didn't feel long, you know, like the hours went so fast. I was really enjoying it. I loved the game. I was just learning all the time, getting better. And so it wasn't like, to me, it wasn't the job. I was just doing what I love doing. So, but yeah, once I discovered Pocket Fives and saw the rankings, obviously you start at the bottom in the thousands, and I was like always wanted to get into the top 100, so I could start talking. Like my thing was like I wanted to talk strategy with the other sort of top players, but I didn't want to message them before they were while they were ranked higher than me, because I thought they wouldn't accept talking to me, kind of thing. So I was like, okay, once I'm in the top 100, I can chat to this guy and message him. And so I kept like moving up, and it gave me incentives to keep moving up. And then obviously, you know, like making #1, we always thought, oh wow, maybe, you know, you dreamed of it, but you didn't think it was possible. But then, you know, suddenly you start making top 20, you think, wow, I could maybe do this if I run good for a couple of months, win a big one. And yeah, so to finally get there was an amazing feeling. It felt like a real accomplishment, you know. And like at the end of the day, like the rankings, a lot of it was playing. You had to play a lot to get up there because of the volume thing. But normally, if you were, you know, it was like to get number one, you had to be doing well as well. So it was definitely a sign that I sort of was being successful as well.
Yeah, I think one of the first videos we'd done, and we've obviously because we've been in lockdown, we've been rerunning some of the videos on Grosvenor and the GUKPT. You were sat talking with Adam Clark from Blackpool, Clarkatroid.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, good guy.
Yeah, I think you said in the interview you just dropped away from number one, but you were going to get it back. So it was a fantastic interview. There were no chin hair.
Yeah, no.
We'll try and dig it out for you and send a link because it was a fantastic video. You and Clark were just bouncing off each other because obviously you knew a lot about him playing so much volume online.
Yeah, I think that was the first time I met him as well. So I sort of played him online. So that's always exciting when you got to meet people in real life after you played a lot against them online and stuff. And you know, it was weird. Like even though you sort of didn't know each other that well, like you kind of if you felt like you knew each other for years, kind of thing. Like I met a few of even at my wedding, like a couple of guys who were like in my groomsmen party. I met them through, you know, I met them 10 plus years ago through poker, and we've stayed close friends ever since.
Yeah. Now we can't we can't not have an interview with Chris Moorman and talking about the father in the GUKPT circuit.
Yeah, he'll be like, why
in Manchester. This is one of the greatest little stories of a GUKPT title. I do believe it was a birthday present. Is that correct?
Yeah, belated birthday present because I was at the time I was living in Australia, and my dad's birthday is on Valentine's Day, and so I didn't get back till I guess I got.
Oi, we're back. No tower. Jamie is going to be joining us for this session. Level 3 and 4 a day. He's going to do an hour with myself and then an hour with the tower after. So we're going to be doing a level 3 together. How you been, Jay? All right?
Yeah, not bad, mate. Celebrating one bullet.
Yeah, that's always a positive. Get yourself a day off and
haven't experienced it in a long time. So
look forward to Saturday off with one bullet. Players just taking their seat. Going to run you through. We got in 1's Michael Caine, in 2 is Anonymous. I'm not sure why. Probably signed GDPR. 3 Callegro Muriel. 4 Marion Demontrash. 5 Brad Simpson. 6 Mark Foggin. 7 Christian Popescu, 8 Anthony Kennedy, and in 9 is Gary Bertram.
Fun table.
Yeah, fun table. Got one of your students on there as well in Trap 5.
Yeah,
so if there's any plays I'm not sure about coming from Brad, I'm hoping you're going to be able to.
I take absolutely no responsibility whatsoever. He's been doing a bit of coaching with Chris lately. So
as he said, blame Chris. Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah.
If there's anything out of line from Mr. Simpson.
If it's out of line, it's Chris. If it's good, it's me. That's what we'll say.
He's the only man in the film with a picture of himself on his t-shirt. So Chef Brad in seat 5. If you are just tuning in, good afternoon.
Good table here. We've got Michael Caine, who's obviously gone deep in a lot of stuff. Marion in seat 4 I know quite well. He's a good player. It's Jessica Pilkington's other half.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, he's played quite a bit. And we've got Foggs as well, haven't we? Mark Foggin.
Yeah, Mark Foggin, seat 6, when he does sit back down. Seen a lot of Callegro as well in seat 3 this year. He seems to play well. So
yeah, oh, nice. Should be a good table then.
Session. Yesterday, smooth sailing or up and down, or what happened?
Up and down a bit. PK sat here and he saw me 4 queens, and I'd have won a massive pot.
Oh, no.
Won a queen's pre.
What was it? Was it correct at the time?
It would have been well. It was against Ace King.
Oh, against Ace King.
Hearts,
Was it? I take it as freeway though. Freeway all in.
Yeah, I opened 1200s, 600 big blinds. The guy He seemed like a very good player, but he'd been very tight up until that point. I think it was, I mean, I just deciphered it was his biggest buy-in that he played. Made it 35 and looking very strong.
Yeah.
And then the small blind just ripped for 45 beats, who I wasn't too bothered about, but the guy that 3-bet me, it looked like he was never folding.
Yeah.
I was like, well, he's never got jacks, so I was just hoping for ace king if I called, so I folded. He had ace king of hearts, the other guy had ace queen. Ace king of hearts turned a flush, and the case queen on the river came for the full house. But yeah.
It happens. Yeah, at least you bagged up one bullet, always good.
Yeah, plenty, so happy with that. When that case queen hit, I just heard PK laughing behind me. Loving life.
That's all you need, ain't it?
Yeah. King Jack suited for Marion.
Anthony's come along in the small with a Jack 8 of hearts.
Do we know Anthony?
Anthony Kennedy. I'm not too familiar with him. Yeah, flops nice on 10, 3 deuce, 2 hearts. Marion 2 overcards. Opts to check this one. Not choosing to continue. Yeah, I like this from Anthony now, out the small, coming in for a lead. We're just sitting here with Jack high, fold out some king highs, ace highs of our opponent potentially.
A lot of pressure with that sizing as well, so Marion's just going to have to fold so often. That's good.
And Rob Cook. That's Rob Cook, Matthew Earpley, Justin Ansley, and Stuart Russell.
Nice little pick up for Anthony, straight off the bat. Have you seen this, Jamie?
What's this? Oh yes, I have seen this. It's full on, isn't it? It's good. It's really good.
It's really, really good. A lot of poker, and we've got the Goliath in there as well between leg 7 and leg 8.
Yeah, I mean, I just saw it maybe about an hour before he came in. It's really good to see it back at Reading as well.
Yeah, I've always liked Reading. I thought Reading was always a good stop. I've always enjoyed playing at Reading.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one because Ellie's mum lives nearby,
okay.
So no hotel costs. That's
why you're looking forward to it.
Yeah, well,
all about saving
obviously
money.
it's a great stop, but saving a bit of money.
Yeah.
We love that as a poker player, right?
2 stops at Luton, 3 at the Vic. But going to be a good year next year.
Yeah, definitely.
It's nice that there's all different buy-ins as well for different events. Leeds and Edinburgh, 2 smallest, and then there's a few 1Ks, a few 1250s.
Yep. Blackpool's a little bit later, isn't it?
Yeah.
This time.
We'll look at the grand final. Grand final finishing on 18th of December.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, good show.
Be a good Christmas present if you ship that week before Christmas. So Callegro just going to open the ace-3 suited and fold once 3-bet from Christian. Carmen is in the chat for Christian, rooting for him.
Christian Popescu. That sounds like a footballer.
Sean says, Jamie, I'm a Newcastle fan. Opinions on how?
Max a man and hope for the best. That's what we do. No, I think Eddie Howe's a really good manager. He's worked with Callum Wilson and stuff before as well, so I think it'll be a really good appointment for a couple of years, and we'll see how it goes. Has Mark just missed his queens?
He has. Just missed the ladies.
But yeah, I'd be very happy with Eddie Howe.
Good afternoon, Gully Math. Good afternoon, lads. Great to see you both yesterday. We'll be nipping in later.
Yeah, Gilly played the cash out satellite last night. He got bluffed by Spand. He was fuming.
Spand shite to him as well, obviously.
No, he just told him.
Oh, he just told him. So a bit of action here. Anthony opening 6-3 suited in the cut-off. Gets called by Callegro in the big, and both players flopping a piece. Trips versus top pair. So we're going to lose a few streets here at least, Callegro, you expect. So going to have to call again.
Be interesting to see what size he goes on the river here with a 6-3 if it bricks off.
I don't mind going small here, potentially. like once Callegro's called twice, a lot of the time it's just going to be a Jack X hand or spade draws here, potentially a deuce from some spade draws going small, and put a Jack in a difficult spot. So I actually like the sizes opted for here, 2.7 into 4.9, just north of half, around 60%. And,
it's a good fold because it's a tough spot there because, I mean, for him to triple off, you have to start thinking about what kind of hands he's going to be tripling off when he's open from with the cut-off.
Yeah,
like,
cut-off, yeah.
Like, it depends if Callegro gives him credit for much 6x, because if he doesn't, is he going to be tripling off with a jack? Is he going to be tripling off with an ace that's got there on the river?
Yeah.
And sometimes it's difficult to put people on hands, and it's very easy to level yourself in those spots, so it's actually a better fold than it looks, I think. Well, for those of us that love a hero call on the river, it's difficult.
Thing is as well, it's a situation where he's got to be aware that Callegro's going to have a whole host of 6x as well, and if Callegro's aware of that, then he's like, why are you still barreling here? Like, here he is.
Oh, here he comes.
Here's the man. Never seen the chat box so quiet, but he's on the table, that's why. Brad opening ace jack suited under the gun. Callegro going to peel a pair in the small perfectly fine, and Marion with a 10-5 off, probably going to let this one go in the big, and it's heads up action between Brad and Callegro.
Fair fight. Although Marion did fall 5.
So King Jack 3, 2 diamonds.
I think Brad can go either way here.
Yeah, check or bet. Definitely can mix it up with this particular holding. Either or. Just opts for continue off 500. And Callegro going to call once here, getting 4-1, just sub on his money. And 3 of clubs on the turn, and I think this is where Brad's going to start checking a lot of the time.
Yeah, I feel like I might go check.
Okay, no, Brad's going to fire.
This is Chris. This.
So
takes it down.
I'll be speaking to Chris about that.
It's up to 24.3. Go on the chef. Howdy, that's Ben says, a thinner Steve Bruce relegation for Newcastle incoming. Potentially, but at least we'll be the richest club in the Championship, won't we?
Afternoon, David. Great day yesterday. Keep up the good work, guys. Hopefully be back for the feature table Saturday. We're good to see you. And Nick Peters says, what do you think of the being able to buy in for the WSOP main event on day 2 and start with 75 bigs? I don't think it's a problem. I know it's never used to be a thing, going back a lot of years ago, but I think it's perfectly fine if you want to buy them with 75 bigs. It's a 2-hour clock, the WSOP main event, so I think even buying him day 2, perfectly fine in that field. Like, it's probably the softest 10k you're ever going to play.
Yeah.
So
it's not as if like people are buying them with 10 bigs or anything like that to try and spin, which is a thing when it's a comp where you can re-enter in, because it plays a little bit different. But in a comp which is a complete freeze out, when you can buy in with 75 bigs, I think that's completely fine. It's something that I might end up doing next week. Plan to play the day 1F.
Oh, what, you going out?
Yeah, I'm going on Monday, yeah.
What a life. What a life.
Gonna have to shoot down after final table in Leicester Heathrow, fly at 8:30 in the morning. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those where it's good for a lot of the Europeans going out, because you can play the day 1 on Tuesday, but if you get there and you're pretty jet lagged, then you can just play the Wednesday instead on the day 2. So it's good, especially in the current climate. It's ideal, really.
So we're going to have a bit of action here. Anthony opening EP, Marion flatting the Queen Jack in the small, and Brad with Jack 5 of diamonds in the big blind here. Anthony continuing. Brad makes a good fold there, to be fair to him, with the second pair.
Chris didn't teach him that.
That was Jamie. Chris taught him the double barrel with second pair.
Yep.
Jamie taught him the fold. 7 of clubs on the turn, so Anthony here still with the best of it. Expect him to still be coming in for value on this particular turn card. Just going to have the best hand so often here. Can definitely get value from some worse Queen X. Obviously some heart draws out there. A better free K.
The thing with Marion is that, like, I know his game quite well and he is very disciplined. So I think he will call here, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him get away sometimes. He's quite a forward-thinking player and he thinks about what's going to happen on rivers. He does think in advance, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him get away here, but I don't think he should. I think he should call.
Like, what are Anthony's double barrels here as bluffs? That's the question. Obviously, value. Obviously, better Queen X, King Queen, Ace Queen, Kings Aces.
Yeah.
Guess he can have some heart draws that double barrel this particular spot. Fold out hands like sixes through nines in the small.
It's just going to be a tough spot now.
Yeah.
Because when we call the turn, like, not a lot of his bluffs really get there. So it's a case of do we call again?
Well, he's opted really small here as well, Anthony. 3.5 into 11.6. So opted for less than third pot. And now this is tough when you're getting this price, because it doesn't need to be right too often here, Marion, but
yeah, I think he's going to call off. I think he kind of has to.
Versus this particular size. It's actually a really nice size from Anthony. It puts King,
really
Queen,
good.
Queen, Jack, Queen 10 suited, all those type of hands in a really, really tough river spot.
Yeah. I think he's played his hand well. I think Marion's played his hand well up until this point as well. It's just a bit of a cooler, isn't it?
The thing is, Marion's got to come to the conclusion, is he ever going to go this size with a bluff? Is he ever going to double barrel hand like King Jack of Hearts and then opt for this small size on the river?
Yeah.
I think a lot of the time it's going to be more weighted towards value once he does opt for less than a third. But getting this price, as we said, it's just so hard to fold for Marion, and very well played, Anthony. Really nice river sizing. I like that there on the end.
Yeah, I think it's good play from both players. Just one of those. You can't get away from it sometimes, and unlucky for Marion, but as you say, very, very well played by Anthony. Good size on the river. Nothing too out of line so far. Good stuff. Got to say, mate, congrats on you running the mini main as well.
Yeah, thank you.
No, well done. Well done. Every single time I say a mini main or a 30-30, you're up there. We'll have to start swapping places.
Yeah. I'd love to jump into, like, I haven't played a main since 2017 before I started comms in 2018. I'd love to flick in one again, but obviously not possible with the comms.
Yeah.
But sometimes I see some of the antics that are going on in the feature table, and I'm like, what is going on here? And it's does make me really want to get in the film sometimes. But I enjoy doing this with the tower, and it's nice to wind down and play the sides, have a few beers, and if we make a run, we make a run.
That's it. I mean, the minis are so big now as well.
Yeah.
The minis are like what the mains used to be.
Yeah.
So you're not completely missing out in that respect. And you probably make a lot more profit from this trip than most people playing the main. So
yeah.
I've only played against Michael Caine once. It was in the millions at DTD. Quite deep, and he was a tough opponent.
Yeah.
Really tough opponent.
He's a good player, Michael. He's got a very decent resume on the circuit, and he's been around for a long time. Very well known in Scotland in the poker world.
Yeah. Like him and Foggs get involved in hands could be quite interesting.
So blind on blind. And Mark looks like he's raising out, makes it 3.5x. And Christian with an ace in a position, blind on blind, can't see him folding this one.
Is
he reaching for raising chips?
Looks like he could be. Opts for the rebet here with the ace 3. Nice little pickup from him. Sets up that dynamic as well with Mark. Basically says to Mark, I'm not going to let you raise mid big blind light. I'm capable of free betting with, well, not necessarily an air in that spot, but free betting light himself.
Yeah.
And it sometimes sets up a dynamic for the day as well, which can be good.
Yeah, we might see some more limps from Mark.
Exactly, yeah.
Now. See, Russ said, turn top pair into a bluff here, too obvious to be a blister flush draw.
With the Queen Jack hand.
I mean, I understand what you're saying there, Russ, but the thing with that is that Marion is getting a really good price, and he has a hand that can show down as a winner sometimes, so he doesn't really need to turn his hand into a bluff. As well, Marion might not have played with this particular opponent for very long, and unless you know an opponent really, really well, you don't really want to be trying to get people off a top type hand, because you don't know if they're the kind of player that will be capable of folding that type of hand after going bet. So against specific players that you know well, it could potentially be a thing, but against somebody that's unknown in a GUKPT, I'd probably err on the side of caution with that one.
It's an hour clock, you don't need to pull out all these fancy lines, like you're going to find better spots than that throughout the day rather than turning top pair into a bluff. It's I think both players, as Jamie said, played the hand perfectly fine. I want to see Brad get involved in like a monster part of like run it or something like that. That's what we're looking for.
Start dancing around, singing what Ben's just put in the chat, Chef Brad's Balmy Army. Speaking of Jess, Marion's other half on break there, and she's had aces 5 times in the first 2 hours and lost everyone.
What?
Jess Pilgrim. She had aces 5 times in the first 2 hours, and she now has 2k because she's lost them all. Brutal. It's a brutal game sometimes.
It's like 3-1-2, 5-1. 5 to the power of 5. 1 in 5 shot of losing with aces against. Should win every 4 out of 5 times. So 5 to the power of 5, like 3-1-2, 5-1. That's like.
I don't think they were all in. It was like.
Oh, just like.
It was just like hands with aces.
Had to fold and stuff like that. 4-liners. Yeah, I get that sometimes. You've just got to let them go.
Yep.
Just like you with the Queens yesterday.
Oh God! Yeah. Don't remind me.
Yeah. Don't. I had it with Will McMurray on the mini main when I had to fold 6s full. And I was incorrect, and he went absolutely berserk. He called Tower at 1 in the morning. Tower was at bed. He literally phoned Tower. He goes, "I'm folding Tower." He jumped out of his seat. He's had his hands on his head. He said, "I'm calling Tower. I'm not having you fold that hand. You can't fold that hand. What are you doing?"
Yeah, you got a ribbon in the bar after that. But we all do it. Sometimes we go with our gut, and we're wrong. But that's poker, isn't it? Yeah, I folded Queens yesterday in an all-in spot, which was a bit nitty. The other guy had Ace King. I would have won, but we avoided a flip, which is something I haven't done too often in recent GUKPTs. So. I was happy. Marion down at 10k, but still got 50 bigs, and he's run into a spot again here against Mark.
Mark straight in for the 3-bet.
Be interesting to see how Marion reacts to this, because if we're very, very deep, we're going to peel a lot.
Yeah, we're still 50 bigs.
We're still 50 bigs deep, so I think you should call. It's just interesting to see whether he goes. Have the 8 clubs. He does. Don't think it's going to go much further though.
Yeah, it's probably check bet fold a lot of the time.
Yeah. I'd like to see Mark go small. Ish.
Yeah, Mark's just massive on this flop. Yeah, it is 3 clubs, but shouldn't really be worried about flushes. There's only probably 3, maybe 4 combos of flushes out there in this 3-bet pot with these 2 positions. Like the Queen Jack, Jack 10, Queen 10 suited. That's probably about it on this particular board. Marion just gets out of the way, has to fold there. Yes, we have a club in our hand, but we're drawing almost dead to hands like ace queen with a club, ace jack with a club, those type of holdings. That makes the good fold.
You're the one that's tapped me over the edge, mate. I know, I'm trying to do that, I'm trying to tilt you. I'm not powerful, I'll get over there. I'm trying to tilt you.
Oh, is that what you folded when Span binned you in the Saturday, Gilly? It was a good turnout for the satellite last night, right?
Yeah, 21k in the prize pool.
Wow.
17 seats.
That's amazing. Amazing. I played the cash out satellite in Luton and it was a lot of fun. Because nobody really knows how they're supposed to play because it's such a new format. So it was a lot of fun. Didn't manage to play the one last night, but everyone seemed to enjoy it. Like 17 seats though, it's huge.
What do you reckon? Turnout, total entries.
Normally I go for the pessimistic route and go small, but I'm going to say 600.
600.
I'm going to go big and say 600.
Well, I've got the overs on 501 of Razor Kev, so.
Ah, so you've won that.
Yeah. I've won that already. I'll be shocked if we don't get over 500 the way today started.
Yeah. Razor Kev's in today, I saw him.
Yeah.
Sat down.
Good luck to him. I'd love to see Kev make a big one. He's doesn't usually play this big, so it would be nice to see him have a little run at it, or get him on the feature. In fact, at some point.
Yeah. It would be good to see him on there. I mean, very well known in the online streets as Razor Kev, or V-Razork as he used to be. But yeah, he's a really nice guy. So wish him the best today. I wonder if him and Chef Brad have got to last longer.
Hocking, best thing to do regarding the cash games and cash tables on the Poker Live app, just put yourself on the waiting list, and then when your seat comes available, you've got 60 minutes to get yourself down, and your seat will be ready for you when you come in. Poker Live app, great way, seeing what cash games are running here in Blackpool.
I was surprised at how up to date it is on the tournaments and stuff as well. It's like it's in real time, isn't it? So it's quite good.
And afternoon, Luke tuning in. Anthony opening the hijack, Jack 3 suited, and Marion just not even going to put a penny in with the ace in the big.
We've got an open seat on this table, right?
Yes, seat 2. Someone is in that seat, not sure who it is because they haven't been able to sign GDPR yet, so obviously pre-registered and not sat down yet.
Yeah.
Who are you going to Vegas with, out of interest? Just
Ellie?
yourself? Just you and Ellie?
Yeah, Ellie's coming. She's going to play a bit. She's not playing the main, but she's going to play the 1500 World Series, the 800, and then some other sides as well. So it's her first time, so she's proper buzzing. Like, her and the kids are coming here for the weekends. Then we drop the kids off on Sunday, straight to Heathrow. So
nice.
Can't wait.
Very, very nice.
Can't wait. It's been a while. Were you tempted to go? Or?
It's hard with obviously comms and stuff, and
of course. Yeah.
obviously I could potentially get out there, but I'd be coming back and then straight to the grand final. Like, it's just too much, a bit too much. I was meant to go the June before the pandemic, and obviously everything happened. And I even got the check from Andy Boothby because we had Luton in June that year, and he said I could have it off to go out there. So, and then everything happened with Corona, and unfortunately, haven't been anywhere since. Just been grinding the minis.
Well, profitable, mate. Gilly says he can hear Brad giving coaching sessions again. Apparently, he was giving coaching sessions to people on his table.
Was he?
Today, yeah. And Tom Hall was sat on his direct right. So Tom learned a thing or two, and it's probably why he made day 2. So.
Afternoon, Anthony.
All right, Tony. How's it going?
Playing any of these, Jay? Oh, well, of course you're not. Of course you're not. But next week, last leg of the 30-30s, Leeds, Luton, Bolton, Edinburgh, Wednesday the 10th to Sunday the 14th. I'm going to be in Luton, probably going to flick it in on the Saturday. So make sure you come say hello. Last chance to get some points for the National League if you are chasing playoff places or diamond packages. So take note of that.
Speaking of the National League, it's hotting up between you and Ben.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Be interesting to see who's going to end up joining the team next year. Because Ben final tabled the 30-30, didn't he? And got 5th, was it?
Yes,
Yeah.
5th. But you and final table the mini,
Yeah,
got 9th.
which was more runners. And then you and Cash
12th in the PLO, yeah, 12th in the PLO.
He gets
so.
12th in every PLO. You know he's got 100% success cash rate in PLO this
Has
year.
he?
6 out of 6 he's cashed them. I mean he's got 12th in every one I think, but it's impressive that. Impressive. But yeah, I mean this hasn't been updated so don't take this as correct, but Ewan and Ben have worked out that I think Ewan's maybe 1 point ahead after these results.
Yeah.
So Ben's 1 point ahead there, but is that with the 30-30?
That's with the 30-30. So the last time that was updated after the 30-30 final table, so Ewan's probably going to jump back in front. And yeah, so there's the two, and that's weird. Chris Johnson in the chat in 3rd place. How are we doing, Chris? Just as we pop up the National League. Good afternoon. Says good luck to you in Vegas, JB.
Oh, thank you very much, Chris. Well done for this year. You've had some really, really good runs, man. Really good. Stu says, only just found the chat. Eddie Howe couldn't cope being up north of Burnley, so he has no chance at Newcastle. Nobody could cope with being in Burnley, Stu. Nobody wants to be there. Even Tarkovsky's coming to Newcastle, right? Cardsmith says he'll see you in Luton, Jay.
See you there. Go easy on me.
I think Christian will be defending this. Suited.
$9.85, 2 diamond flop. So Christian flopping the best of it with middle pair. This one checks through.
Right, it goes from 1st to 3rd. This turn might interest him though. Picks up some additional outer low. It is a diamond, so
I wouldn't be surprised if he's checked through again here, Jay, on this particular turn. Yeah, I like Michael's decision to check here with the King Queen. Just take a 3-1. No player with a diamond, so the 10-8 is actually going to get the check mark here. But Michael being the pre-flop opener, he's going to have the higher diamonds in his range, so could potentially bluff this one. It looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. So nice from him. He's picked a really good spot to do it, and it's going to work as well because Christian's probably not going to find the hero here with an 8 on a 4 to a flush board.
quick check. They are red. The wrong red. Well played, Michael. That's what we expect to see from him, though. He's a good, solid player.
Wages Day said, what's the plan for the MPL next year? Will there be a mix of online and live, or revert back to just live? It will be both, I'm sure. I'm sure Tom or Jim will tune in, or even Tal will probably know, but I'm pretty sure it will be live and online, same as this year. So there'll be plenty of tournaments to get your points. And you never know, 2023, you could be sponsored pro if you have a good run. It's just unbelievable promotion, isn't it? Because it's just
it's great. I mean, it's one of those which is like, especially if you're going to be playing some of the events anyway, it's just so much additional value if you play more than just the occasional one. So it is really, really good. Jim actually looks to see where I'd be in the National League if we were allowed to be in it, and I'd be pretty much in the bubble position again. You know, just outside the 10k packages.
What, 8th?
It was like around 9th or 10th, I can't remember exactly what, but it'll have been battling for that that spot to not bubble, basically. You know, bubbled it the year before as well, so kind of glad we're not in it. Is Marion all in with it?
No, Dave's eating, and I think his fingers just slipped on the all-in button on the action tracker. Something's going on. Dave obviously had a little misclick.
Dropped his burger on there.
It's a hard job. It is a hard job sitting there pushing buttons all day, inputting numbers.
Christian with ace.
Yeah, Christian took that one down with ace queen. And Anthony says, all good lads, Twickenham tomorrow for the rugby. We'll be playing Leeds next week. Good luck in Leeds.
Just a minute. Tony Sutcliffe's been a regular on the online side of Grosvenor for the last year or so. Sutty, he's called on there. Been getting some good results. Hopefully catch up with you soon, mate. Yeah, Michael knows he's the strongest, if not one of the strongest on this table. He's opening King 4 suited under the gun. He might not do that as much if he feels like he's on a very, very tough table, in his opinion. So it's good to see him doing this, but he's just ran into the spot +1 straight away.
Yeah, once he's free bet, no need to get sticky. We can just go for a best spot and let someone go.
Seems like a fairly solid table so far.
Yeah.
Like nobody's made any mistakes really. Nobody's got out of line. Some decent poker being played. I figured out why I only had one bullet. Terry and Albert on here.
Yeah, that's
why.
it. Yeah. Well, let's hope you're not on their table in the freeze out WSOP on that. Can you imagine that? You get there.
They're both out there.
You got Terry. You got Terry straddling every ad. Just sat down.
I love playing with those two guys, but I don't think I would day one of the main event.
Oh.
I think I'd hate it.
Just a chance of getting ruined. That's the thing. Like, and you run bad against them, that's it. You just be out the door in an instant.
It's all right if you can re-enter, but you definitely can't on that one.
I'd love to be a fly on the wall in the hotel room that they're sharing. Just when they get back after a night out and they're discussing the hands that they played. And
you never hit my flush.
Yeah. Just love it.
The hand histories would be very interesting.
Ace Jack 4, 2 diamonds. So both Christian and Mark flopping top pair. Broadway draw for Callegro. Is going to continue this. We have gone 5-way. As always say, when you go multi-way, 4 or 5-way, you see that a lot less likely to get through. There's a lot more hands out there that can call you. Like, I don't mind the C-bet with a Broadway draw. I think maybe a way of doing it, maybe C-bet our King 10 with a backdoor flush draw, and maybe check our King 10 without a backdoor flush draw. And Mark just comes in for a raise here with the Ace Queen to 1.8. So up to 3x over Callegro's continue.
I think Callegro will fall, but I mean, it's 1,200 more. It's 5.3 in the middle. When we see bet that board, it's closest to whether we continue, I think. But that's kind of going off what you said, Jim. That's maybe why you probably want to stay away from the c-bet a little bit, because if we get raised with no real backdoors, it's one just that we have to get out of the way, which Callegro did correctly.
Oh no, Chris, I found out. He come and put me out of my misery. He told me I didn't want to actually be put out of my misery because I didn't get the news I wanted to hear. But yeah, he had 4s. He didn't have deuces or a straight flush. He had pocket 4s. Board was 6-4, 3 deuce. Found the hero fold with 6s.
Oh man.
I know. And he's had pocket 4s. But the thing is about that hand, Chris, this is exactly what I said to him. Once I continued 4-way, like he had you in the big blind, you've got all the deuce X, and once there's a call from the hijack, I was like, I didn't expect him to overcall there with 4s or 3s without a diamond, or 5s without a diamond. So I said to him, I sort of excluded those from your range, so you never have a bluff in that spot. So it had to be a quad or a straight flush, ace-5 suited, or 5s with the 5 of diamonds. But
what's this?
Maybe I gave him a bit too much respect. I just thought he was a decent player, and he'd know it would be pretty bad to overcall in that spot on the 6 high board with an under pair. But he said he had the 4s, and I believe him. I don't see why he's got any reason to lie, but he did let me know in the end.
If you don't make some crazy folds now and again, you're not folding
I'm still
enough.
really happy with my fold because
Yeah.
I just think against that opponent I was correct. They'd never have a bluff in that spot. He'd never have the ace of diamonds for value. So what do we beat? And like I said, I couldn't put him on 4s or 3s because of the overcall on the flop. So I just gave him credit for quads or a straight flush. And sometimes you're wrong. It worked out all right though. We got 4th in the end off that bullet. So maybe if I call there, I got a bigger stack. I donk it all off on day 2.
Yeah. Oh, he comes out with a bet with a 4. It's just going to get snapped off by Christian. This is scary on the screen right now. This has just got
Tower there. What's he doing? He just wants to. It's because he's not here. He wants some camera time.
He does, doesn't he? What's filthy?
It's just, I don't know what he's up to.
He's missing the attention, I think.
It's so funny as well because when someone's standing there, Tal's like, get out of the way. He's always like, get out of the way. What are you doing? You can't see the table. Now he's doing it.
We can't even go and tell him because it's half an hour.
I know, yeah.
Although no,
he might
he'll
still be there. Yeah. No, Tal, he's still there now.
Yeah.
Oh. So Anthony opening 7s in the hijack. Michael just going to flat the ace 10 on the button. And Marion 10-6 off. Just going to have to get out of the way. Just like the tower's just done. He's gone. King 9-4, 2 hots. So both players with. Anthony 7 still the best hand. Going to fire here. Made me jump, that did.
Mark Foggin had a couple of deep runs in London, didn't he? Went deep in a couple of the events. I'm sure he final tabled the high roller.
I know in 2017 he final tabled leg 1 GUKPT London. I remember he was on that final table. He was involved in like the 8-way chop. Do you remember that? There was like an 8-way chop years and years ago.
Probably before my time, that. 8-way?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because I was playing the side or something. I wasn't in the main, and I was. It was like chopping it 8-way. I was like, what?
Early finish for you.
Martin Hoggerty was in it. No, that was before I was commentating. That's when I was playing. Yeah, in 2017, I think it was. I think it was January of 2017, if memory serves me correct. But Mark's had lots of good scores over the years. Very good player.
They did a similar thing in Leeds a couple of years ago. I finaled it and I think I came 7th or 8th, and then they did like a 5-win chop. It's very frustrating. That was on that Brett one, Brett Angel. They did I think it was a 5-way chop, was it? 6.
3-way. It's a lovely flop here for the 7-6 of spades. Flop in middle pair flush draw after opening here, Mark. So going to come in for a continue.
Don't think he's going to get much action.
Yeah, it should be 2 pretty swift folds. Mark going to pick that one up.
Be back in 1 minute.
Yeah, that's fine. While you're there, tell that dealer to keep it down on that table when they shout seat open. Maybe jump. So if you're just tuning in, I'll throw this up while Jamie's popped to get a quick drink. This is the schedule for next year and what schedule it is. Starting off at the Vic, ending at the Vic as always, but in between that, we're off to some stops. The regulars on there, the Luton, the Manchester, the Edinburgh, the Leeds, Blackpool, but a couple of additions. We had Coventry this year for the first time, and that's going to be included next year because of the success we had back in August. And Reading is back as well, so looking forward to going back to Reading. Haven't been there since 2018, so that's going to be a good one. And I think the schedule for the Vic will be out soon, the first leg one, the full schedule of that. There are the dates if you want to get booked up for your hotels. What I would recommend as well, get it booked early, save some money, and make sure that you can get up somewhere when you are coming down or up to play, wherever you may be. But really, really looking forward to the schedule for 2022. It's going to be another enormous year, I think, in terms of entries throughout the course of the year. And all social media, find us on Facebook and Twitter, YouTube and Twitch /GUKPT, Grosvenor Poker on Facebook and Twitter. When schedules are out, they will be posted to those pages, so keep your eyes peeled for that. So we've got Ace Queen of Clubs for Gary. Raises to 500. It seems like a good table this, everyone opening, like correct size, no one going really big. C-bet sizes have been good. I haven't really seen anything out of line at all. It's seems like everyone's playing pretty well. Not much room for the new lot. Brad's in on the button with a 7-4 of spades. First is Gary's EP open.
He's getting a bit animated there as well.
Yeah.
What's he doing?
I don't know, what is he up to? Let's have a listen. He goes, if I've got any of that, I'll call you. Lovely bit of language as well there from Brad for the live stream. Sorry about that, guys.
I can only imagine. I haven't got headphones on, so. He's a character.
At least he's honest. He goes, I had 7-4 suited.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Please, Brian Clark and John Clements, you have a seat.
Aaron UK says, hi Jamie, how many bullets? This will shock you, but it was one. And only one. Once in a blue moon that happens, you know. Chef must be getting bored if he's starting doing stuff for 7-4 suited on the button.
So 5 for Michael, raises it to 500. And Brad, going to get out of the way. Action on Mark. Not going to peel the Jack 9. Christian's in with a Jack 10 in the small. Anthony getting an attractive price, happy to call with Jack 5 off. Ace 3, 2 clubs. So Michael here being the opener, this is a board where I expect him to just continue so often. Obviously we're going to have the best hand a lot of the time, don't want to give free ones to overcards, just betting for equity denial purposes. And, the small bet gets the job done. Jason Shellham says, I don't believe it, Jamie, you have more bullets than Rambo.
Not in Blackpool. Not in Blackpool. In Edinburgh, it was like Rambo on steroids. But...
It worked out alright though.
Yeah, it did in the end, yeah. Finished 5th and doubled my money. It was great. No, it was a bit more than that, but yeah, it's these comps. It's when you do bust out, because the structure's so good, and because you come back in with a decent amount of big blinds, if it's within your bankroll to do so, it's difficult to not re-enter because it's such a good opportunity, good spot. You're there, and the prize pools have been so big lately as well. It's one you can't really miss out on if you're there.
Yeah, of course. How are we doing, Tim? Have you and Tower been to Mark Kelly's this week? I haven't. I'm not sure about Tower, but didn't go Mark Kelly's. Went to the Gin House, if you know where that is, at the back of South Pier. There's some live music on in there. We went in there last week, me and a couple of people.
I thought Tower would be staying at Mark Kelly's.
Yeah, that's probably where he's gone now.
Yeah,
that's where he's got an hour off. He's gone to Mark Kelly's.
I've never been to Mark Kelly's.
Have you not?
Never been.
This is actually the first year I think I've been in Blackpool and not been to Mark Kelly's.
I'll have to go at some point. Can't go this weekend though because the kids are coming. It's the weekends, so we bust out tomorrow straight to the Pleasure Beach. Which, yeah, that's the good thing about Blackpool though. There's plenty of stuff to do if you bust, right?
Oh yeah, don't me, Ryan Mandara, Emily and Alice the other day. We went to the arcade, you know, the Donkey Derby where you roll the balls up.
Yeah.
We were on that for some time. That is such an addictive game. That is some game that I could sit there all day on that.
Yeah,
I'm not
good.
even joking. I'm not even joking.
They're like £1 as well.
Yeah.
Is that an
well, it racks up when you're having 50 goes at it each.
Yeah. Need to get fourth in the mini main just to fund your Donkey Derby habit.
Yeah.
Is that along in Coral Island?
No, that was on South Pier as well, the one on South Pier, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Literally right next to the casino. I know what I'm doing on my dinner break, but... So Michael defending A7 here in the big blind after facing Anthony's button. And Anthony coming in with a C-bet. And like this day and age, can potentially raise this one here for protection purposes versus button open. Probably seen flat versus under the gun, but versus button can definitely come in for a raise here with the A7 as Michael. But it's just going to call either or is fine.
I think he leans towards the call because he's got the ace of spades.
Yeah.
And he's got a turn 2 pair as well.
Ace is up, always good.
Don't want to fool people out if you're going to turn 2 pair, right?
And whatever Anthony's got, this is a card that I like his double barrel on in terms of range. And Michael here with the A7.
He's got a decision.
Yeah.
If he just calls, he might worry about not getting value on rivers. Just go check a lot of the time. So he might think about raising here.
Yeah. Anthony can plausibly have ace-x that he continues flop with.
Yeah.
But is just going to flat. I think because we got an ace in our hand as well, it makes it less likely that Anthony's got value here and Anthony's going to be more weighted towards bluffs. So
yeah.
I do like the flat here, and look, we're going to induce this on the river from Anthony.
Yeah.
And dependent on size, like 3.7k here. I wouldn't even mind seeing a raise here. Button versus big blind, coming for some value versus ace 5, ace deuce, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10. All these type of hands, we can definitely get some value from. Only really worry about ace king, flop set of 5s, flop set of 2s, and that is literally it. So
it's a really good river for us.
Yeah.
As Michael as well. Yeah, I think he'll come in for a raise, as you say. There's so much he can target, right? If he's got ace king, 5s, so be it.
Yeah.
Like, it's just one of those. Especially button against big blind as well.
Once again,
What size do you go here, though, Michael?
I'd probably go like 9.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'd probably go like 9, put ace queen, ace jack, ace 10, or ace-x really in a pretty tough spot. He's gone even smaller than that, he's gone 7.
Are you ever...
Oh no, he's got 11.
Are you ever raising and then folding when he jams?
I guess we have to, because no one's ever 3-bet bluff in the river, but the thing is we're kind of protected here because we've got all the 3-4.
Yeah.
So we are kind of protected because we're in the big blind and we have got all the 16 combos of 3-4.
Yeah.
Yeah, Anthony will have 4 or 3-4 suited, but yeah, I think we can fold if we get ripped on.
Oh wow, we're going to see it.
We're going to see it, and I think we have to fold. I think we have to fold, Jamie. I love the raise, but I think
Yeah.
once we get ripped on, we're just going to have to let this one go. I think that's why I prefer making it like 9 here for that
Yeah.
reason. We save a few chips, but
It's just like very,
It's
very
gross.
rarely a bluff. But what we have to think is, it's player dependent. Do we think Anthony is going to shove King 7? Do we think Anthony's going to shove King 5?
No.
If we're up against players like that, then maybe. But if we don't think Anthony's going to, which I don't believe he will,
No.
and I don't think Jay does either, then I think we just have to side forward.
it's horrible. But we just got to fold here. No one bluffs these spot. No one 3-bet bluffs Rivers. There's the fold.
Yeah.
And we'll never know. But Anthony. Michael's like, oh, I get to see it back. I get to see what he had. Oh, imagine that. He's like, at least I get to
That's
see
such
it
a
on the
rub
screen.
down.
And he's
Such
going
a
to be
rub
watching
down.
it and don't even know what he had.
Straight on his phone, lads, tell me what happens in half an hour when I have Ace 7. And he won't believe them when they say we don't know. Yeah, interesting one that. It's good to see though, and that's a really good discipline by Michael there, because a lot of players would make it 11k and then he jams
And
it-
see, like,
it
they've
just-
only got like that left and what's
Yeah.
in the pot and think, oh, I've got a call. But no one 3-bet bluffs Rivers. It's as simple as that. I reckon he had 4-3 suited potentially, Jamie. I'm not going to
Yeah.
put that out of the question. Continue flop, up and down, and turn the wheel and just continue firing.
And if it was a bluff,
It weren't.
which I don't think it
No,
was,
it just
then
can't be a
it's
bluff.
just
No one like.
unbelievable.
You never see it. You not in Hold'em anyway. You see a bit more of it in PLO, but
Yeah.
no one 3-bet bluffs Rivers in.
I mean, the only real bluff that he can have is maybe like pocket threes.
Yeah.
Or
Pocket threes
pocket
or
fours.
fours. Yeah, threes or fours.
And if he has got that type of hand, is he gonna bet flop, bet turn at river? Probably not. So, but 1 in 100 times he might have that, but Michael's still not getting that price. So
I like the fold a lot. Like
yeah,
the
I
fold a
do
lot.
as well. Yeah.
I like the raise and I like the fold. Like John says, that's the way we should call to get to showdown in my eyes, but we miss out too much value from a whole host of hands you can have on the buttons. Just calling, like, we're only going to get 3-bet ripped on by only a few specific combos, which are never going to be a bluff, whereas we're going to get called by a lot more combinations of hands for value when we raise our specific 2-pair there. So definitely big fan of the raise, but we've got to fold to the 3-bet, unfortunately. It's fine to bet fold in certain spots or even raise fold against certain opponents. And as I said, like no one bluffs them spots. No one. You never see 3-bet river bluffs. I'd never see them on stream. I don't think I've ever seen a 3-bet river bluff on stream, Jamie. It's just a spot where it's always the nuts or close to.
You might see it a little bit more in super high roller comps and stuff like that, but just the majority of the time it's not going to be. It's not going to be happening. Really. Somebody's asked, are there any big names in today? There are a lot going around the room. Too many to name.
Yeah.
But just off the top of my head, the other 3 Grosvenor Pros are all in. Katie Swift, Rick Trigg, Andy Hills are all in. I've seen Ludo out in the field.
Stevie Warbs.
Warbs is there. Fogs is on here. I've seen Paul Jackson kicking about. There's loads of people around. Blackpool brings out a lot of old faces as well. Saw somebody mentioned in the chat that it looks like people are just playing a home game in the way that they're all chatting. And there's just something about Blackpool that gives it that feel. It really is. That it's been like that all week in the mini main and in the main yesterday. Everyone's just having a laugh. A lot of people having a few beers. Even the ones that aren't having a few beers are in kind of like party mode. It's just something about this stop, isn't it, Jay? I don't know what it is, but everyone loves it.
It's just stop. Cheers, John. Hi, everyone. 175 watching on YouTube, only 13 thumbs up. Let's give him a thumbs up for the stream.
Cheers, John.
If you are watching YouTube, Twitch, hit the subscribe or follow button. You can put notifications on every time we do go live. You get a notification, not miss any live stream action.
It is Action Jackson. He's out there in the field. All the guys at the top of the MPL are out there as well.
Yep.
2 that we mentioned, Ewan McNicholas I saw him regging just as I nipped to the toilet there. We just seen Scoreman walk past there. Ben Teague will be in later on.
Chris Maguire's in.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Chris Johnson. Did Chris bag up yesterday? Chris Johnson.
Yeah, there he is, 29-4.
29-4, okay. So yeah, already made day 2. But everyone, like Jamie said, that is in like top 10 of the league will be in chasing them points.
Yeah, Span's out there, Riggy's out there. Everyone's chasing it.
Oh, Will McMurray.
Yeah, Will McMurray. Keeps pulling off those bluffs with pocket fours, mate. He'll go far.
No, he weren't even in the hand.
Oh, was it not Will?
He must have seen my hand. He saw my he was sitting next to me, and the guy was sitting across there from the table. So I've obviously thought I didn't really protect my hand. I've just peeled it like that, and then I've mucked it like that into the muck. And he's just like got up above his hand. He's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Folding that? And I'm like, he weren't even in the hand. It was funny though how emotive he got about the situation. That did make me laugh, to be fair.
He's an emotive guy at the poker table. Yeah, his tilts are funny. This could get interesting. Yeah, Brad with the flush draw and Calagero with the flush draw as well. If it comes in, be interesting. Brad fold there.
Yeah.
Nice. He's listening.
That was Jamie who taught him that.
It was.
Not Chris.
Not a chance. Sean, Josh Musson is making a large charge in the league. Josh won the mini. Was it the 30-30 or the mini match?
I don't even. Someone mentioned that yesterday. I don't even know who Josh is.
I didn't know him before. I just saw he had the picture with his family, didn't he?
Did he win the 30-30?
I believe so, yeah. Yeah, 30-30. And there was a photo with his, I think it was his mum and dad. Might be wrong.
That's what winner's photo for the 30-30.
There is one somewhere.
I'm having a look now. I'm having a quick look now.
Yeah.
Oh, I do. I was speaking to him yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Josh. He's a nice lad.
Yeah,
He's a nice lad. Really nice lad, actually. Come across really well.
Do you see the other
Good luck
photo
to him.
with all his family and that?
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
They're all there railing on.
Is that his brother, I guess?
I assume so. I don't know. I saw the.
Oh, that's nice. That is.
Yeah.
Proper nice winner's picture.
Yeah.
Good luck to the lad if he's making a late charge at it.
Oh, nice family. That's good, isn't it? It's nice when.
Like sometimes for me it's so much easier with faces than it is names. Like I know the face, but I don't know the name.
I know exactly what you mean. I mean, the amount of people since the GUKPTs came back that's come up to me and they've introduced themselves as their online screen name.
Yeah.
Because we've never met in real life. It's nice to put a face to just like an online alias. It's good. People never look like what you expect either. You get an image in your mind of somebody's username of what they look like, and it's never correct. Never correct. Apart from Chef Brad.
Yeah. How are you doing, Mr. Kemba? Not much going on too much today, mate, at the moment. Fairly slow start on the feature table. Not been too many action hands, but joined by Jamie Nixon at the moment. Tower will be coming to relieve me of my duties very soon. And then you get to Al with the tower.
I do. Lucky me. I'll take him off you for a bit, mate.
No, David, once you bag up, that is it. You can surrender your stack if you're left with like 1,000 chips, but you can't bag up, come back and play the next day and choose from what stack you want to play. And speaking of the devil, you were standing there in front of the camera for about a good 10 minutes having a little natter.
We couldn't see what was on.
Oh, golf, was that it?
Golf, we were sorting out.
I'll put him in.
We were sorting out golf for Coventry next year.
Oh, there we go. That's fine then. That's all right then.
Bring your
That's
clubs
all right.
to Coventry.
That's all right. Here he is.
Gin and tonic.
Gin and tonic.
G&T already?
Ready.
Oh, God.
Look at that, man. I'm telling you what. Looking svelte. Looking svelte. It's pretty good.
Looking
That's
trim
pretty
there.
The overs are nailed on.
Are they? What are we on at the moment?
232 today.
How many was yesterday?
Nailed.
136.
And we still got turbo. Yeah, I'm alright. I'll go get me 20 quid off Kev now.
Go on then.
Go on, I'll leave you.
Go and buy the Kiss Me Quick hats.
Yeah, I will.
Let him cash out at 18 quid.
Somebody turn the heating on, please. It's just not warm enough.
Yeah, it's boiling, isn't it?
Have you still got a coat on?
I didn't iron my t-shirt this morning, mate, so I had to wear my jacket. The iron in the hotel doesn't work.
What's the wife for?
She's not here. She's not here yet.
Ellie, sorting out. Oh, what have I missed?
What have you been doing for the hour?
What have I missed? Chatting as you saw on stream.
Yeah.
As you saw on stream for 10 minutes. I actually forgot that the camera was there, and then as everybody else forgets that the camera's there, I forgot the camera was there, and I was talking to Lynn about golf.
Oh, Lynn Bowman?
Yes. Yeah, and obviously because she missed her time on the feature table yesterday because she was down to play, and she'd already rung up to say that she wasn't coming.
Right.
But her chips were on the table for like 6 hours. What do you want now? Phone? Jacket? You can talk. You know.
Oh, sorry, mate.
You're not on mute.
Have I been sat?
That's right. He's eyeing it like his t-shirt.
I have.
He's eyeing it like his t-shirt. So get this ugly mug off. I don't mean him. I mean this one.
I guess Chef Brad's ugly mug on.
Is he still in?
He is.
Can't believe it.
He's actually not been doing too bad, mate. He's been doing all right, making some correct folds.
Awesome. Awesome. I need you to come that way a bit because I've been listening and it's just about to sit. Perfect.
Oh, is it?
He's emptied his water.
Yeah, we've got some good players on here.
They're all good.
We've got Michael in seat 1, who he made a really big river raise and then folded to a jam. So he's quite short now, but me and Jay both agreed it was the right move. He's doing well.
Like it.
But there hasn't been anything big in this.
No, I watched a bit. I was watching a bit of. I stood in the bar with Stu Rutter for an hour, for 10 minutes, and speaking to Lynn, as you saw, big fat ugly mug stood in the camera and the way. I should have waved, to be fair. Should have been waving.
Should have done a dance over that.
But completely forgot because you don't look upwards and see the camera.
Yeah.
And all, it's good to see Lynn. She was, she's down here, and she's. We're talking about because obviously the schedule's been released.
Yeah.
And Coventry's been added, Reading's been added, and we just wanted to sort out the golf for next year.
Nice.
We already have.
What,
so that's
you
2
booked
places. We're taking the clubs up to Edinburgh. We're taking the clubs to Coventry.
Yeah.
Jay says we're going to Luton with the clubs as well. So it's looking like a great season next year. Can't wait for it.
Oh, it's going to be great. Is this the new Wednesday night out?
I think the Wednesday night out is a Wednesday day golfing.
Yeah.
By the sound of it.
And then just continues through. Yeah.
So yes.
Nice, mate.
Good to have you on board, young man.
Thank you. It's good to be here and not be firing my young team's bullet on a Friday.
Yes.
It's about time, isn't it? About time.
We got the chips through.
Hopefully, we do something with them tomorrow.
Well, you had a decent run in Edinburgh.
Yeah.
Which was really good.
Yeah, it was good. Leeds was all right. So hopefully it continues. Didn't do much in Luton, but I only played them in. So
yeah.
We could miss one off.
Is that when you had to shoot up to watch the Newcastle game?
Yeah, shot up to watch Newcastle get beat.
The first one without the man.
Yes.
When he got released.
Yeah. Let out of prison, basically. 14-year sentence.
So the numbers are absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's really good.
And I mean, this could top 550.
I said to Jay, I'm going optimistic 600.
Yeah, this could top 550 easily because the numbers. I've just walked through the card room, and it was 232 today, and there was still a list.
Oh wow!
There was still a list of getting in. The cash tables are on. Everything's running. There's just every single table. There's only 3 cash tables because all the staff are dealing the main.
Yeah.
There's a cash. If you want to look at the list, there's 18 waiting, 10 waiting, there's 14 waiting, and it's just literally give us the staff, give us the tables, we'll open more.
Yeah.
It's been just absolutely insane.
There's been a big dealer's choice cash game going as well, hasn't there? For the last
The home
few
half
years?
finished at 8:30 this morning.
Oh wow! Has the dealer's choice ever finished? Or is it?
No, the dealer's choice finished last night and it started at 9 this morning.
Oh wow!
9 a.m.
Wow!
They were waiting.
Who's up at 9 a.m?
It started at 9.
Jesus.
So yeah, 410,000 in the prize pool already.
Wow.
We are, 4 levels into into day 1B.
A lot of people reg after dinner break as well, don't they? So
Yeah.
we've got all those to come in. You've got all those that may re-enter, and then the turbo later on as well, and then day 2 entries. So yeah, I think it could be 600. I think it could.
I never set the line. I set the line at 400 for today.
Oh right.
It must be double.
Double
set the line at 400. It was 367. The last event in 2019.
Right.
And that was obviously they didn't have a turbo.
Yeah.
You couldn't play into day 2.
Yeah.
And now, and you didn't have a pandemic where everybody's just waiting to play.
Yeah.
Can't believe I said 400. Yeah, well, it must have been 5. It must have been 5.
Apparently, Chef, I haven't heard him, but apparently he's been coaching the table.
All right. Okay.
That's what Gilly was saying.
Love it.
Giving some advice and stuff.
The only person that wears a t-shirt of himself.
Yeah. Oh, here she is.
Hi. How we doing, Ellie?
You're right, Ellie. My better half in the chat.
You need to pack him an iron.
She's packed all my stuff for Vegas. Because we're going to Vegas on Monday. So she's
Flying out for the main?
I am.
So you win,
Well, we are.
We did say it last leg. You win Blackpool, you fly straight out. Now they added the 2 extra flights.
I know. Yeah, we're going 8:30 on Monday morning from Heathrow. So if our final table list, it's going to be a bit of a sweat as to whether we get there.
Well, when you win it, you just get a limo.
Yeah, well.
From here straight down to Heathrow.
Just charter a plane. Oh, Marion's gone all in with Ace King.
This is the flip of flips.
This is going in. What are the blinds at this point?
The blinds have just
Quite
gone
a
up.
big jam.
The blinds, I think they're 1-3 now.
So Ace King and Jacks.
So we'll just leave the commentary to Chef Brad. As he just says, oh, we've got action, Ace King against Jacks. Maybe we should mic him up.
We should. I mean, everyone would switch off, but maybe we should. Chef Brad's just shook hands with Foggin. I don't know why.
Why? They're not even in the hand.
No, they're not. Oh, that is
any queens about?
Not ideal. I mean, a heart would be interesting. That is not a heart. So a queen and a queen only will save Marion Dumatraki. And that is not it. Good game to Marion. He's a good player, Marion, as well. But he's unfortunate with some of the runouts today.
Unlucky. Out and off. Where's Ellie going? She's 10 minutes away before she goes driving.
She's coming here.
Oh, coming here. Awesome.
Coming here. She's
leads to Blackpool Friday afternoon at 4 o'clock. Good luck with that.
She's bringing the kids as well. So if I bus tomorrow, straight to the Pleasure Beach with the kids.
Absolutely.
So that's what's good because the season's been extended this year.
Yes.
So if we do bus,
Yeah.
we can go do that.
You've got the illuminations on the night time.
Yeah.
They'll be on from 5 p.m.ish because it's now dark at that time.
There's a big fireworks display tomorrow night at 5:15 as well.
Oh, right, okay.
At the Pleasure Beach.
Is that the football ground itself? No.
No, well, yeah. there is a game on tomorrow.
Yeah, it's tea time kickoff as well, isn't it?
QPR Blackpool.
Yeah.
There's Razor Kev is a QPR fan, isn't he? So,
He is.
Yeah. Chelsea fan says Blackpool weather in November. Good luck.
It's actually been dry for the last few days.
It has been all right. I mean, when it's windy,
Yeah.
it's awful. But when it's been quite still,
you hope
been
it's
all
not
right.
over 30 mile an hour the wind because you have to shut the Pepsi Max for health and safety reasons. So if it's not windy tomorrow, you're on it.
I will be on it. It opens at 11, so I'm going to go in with those at 11.
Right, we're going
Straight
to the
Pepsi
tower on
Max
the
and
Pepsi
then
Max somewhere, haven't we?
Have you? Yeah, let's get that.
Take it on.
Can't do Blackpool without cold and rain. You're not wrong there, really. You're not wrong.
It just won't be the same. See, the problem you've got, if you move Blackpool into May and it rains and it's windy, you'd be saying, why have we moved it? Because you expect it in November, but we get it in May anyway.
Yeah. And there's no illuminations then.
So the blind's 1-3 with a 3. Dinner break will be at 4:55.
Went to the Pleasure Beach once and didn't leave the McDonald's.
The Mac is as good for something.
Yeah.
Sheltering out the rain.
Sounds like he needed a Big Mac for the rain.
He's here all day.
Hey.
He's here all day. Well, safe trip when you come over, Ellie. It won't be the best travelling at 4 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. But you'll get here in one piece and we'll see you later.
I was going to say I wouldn't be surprised to see a raise here from Mark. Flops the gutter.
Yep, 1.6.
Michael's going to see about a lot, so really well played by Mark.
Did Jay play that pan?
Sorry?
Jay played the pan before.
The pan?
Katie and the intro.
Not what I'm doing.
The outer tables. She's been very quiet. She says she's delicate this morning.
She is. She was rough.
Oh dear.
She was rough.
Delicate.
Yeah.
Looking down.
She's trying not to smile there because she knows the camera's on her. Trying her hardest not to smile.
She's like, I've not got my lippy on. What are you doing? What are you doing? I've not got a lippy on.
There he is.
Trigg, former champion Blackpool. When he won it, he got a taxi home. He didn't want an hotel.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's exactly the same for a taxi home as it is a hotel.
It's too much money.
I'll get a taxi and off we go.
There he is.
And the hills.
Oh, he's crimped his head today.
Oh, bless
Nice.
There you go. Loving it. Absolutely loving it. And the hills. There's the 3 pros playing.
Roller coaster for next.
Roller coaster, nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a bit tougher tomorrow, the Towers treble, because it's FA Cup weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Which is tough.
What is it, round 2?
No, first round.
Oh, first round.
Yeah. Rotherham United are actually favourites against Bromley somehow.
Really? Well, you smashed Sunderland. At the last Newcastle game, the biggest cheer of the day, because we got smashed 3-0 by Chelsea, was when they announced the Rotherham Sunderland score. It was the only cheer in the whole game. Brilliant. Loved it. Ricky Kebabs says quiet. He's a Sunderland fan.
Yes. I got absolutely battered.
He's one of the 10 that's left.
Absolutely battered the deep by Rotherham United, and then they stayed in South Yorkshire and played Sheffield Wednesday and got battered again. They don't really like South Yorkshire. So talking of the Pepsi Big Macs, where's the big one? It's a small side. Here we go.
It's been a great day. It's your super week in Blackpool. Got 94 for the main event. So far, we're climbing up. We're going up. It's going to be a super day. Day 1B tomorrow. It starts at 1 o'clock at the club. It's going to be a stupendous day. Make sure you involve the 100,000, 200,000 get to see. He's going to get smashed, but tomorrow it's going to be exciting. Welcome to Blackpool, day 1 in.
Do it again.
It's been a great day. It's your super week in Blackpool. Got 94 for the main event. So far, we're climbing up. We're going up. It's going to be a super day. Day 1B tomorrow. It starts at 1 o'clock at the club. It's going to be a stupendous day. Make sure you involve the 100,000, 200,000 get to see. He's going to get smashed, but tomorrow it's going to be exciting.
Hey, what? I'm not ready for it now. That's the Pepsi Max.
That is top class. Forget the stream. Can we just have that on repeat?
Oh dear.
Alex says it reminds him of the Superman. I think the Superman just pips it. The Superman just pips it. You'll have to cue that one up, PK, if you've got it.
Yes, we'll be doing more advertisements for Goliath for next year.
Yeah.
As the dates have been announced, and the dates have been announced for 2022.
Do you want to know a fact, Tower? I've never played a live Goliath main event.
Really?
Really?
Well,
can't wait for it.
What are you doing on the 25th of August?
Playing the Goliath.
Yes.
Can't wait. Does it start on the 25th? What's the exact dates of the main again?
Pass. Do you have them? I have no idea. We just got told what time it is. See, I was advertising it was the 24th till the 6th.
Yeah.
And then 24 till the 5th. Well,
Yeah.
obviously that's when we go.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
I don't know how long setup is.
So that'll be the
and
main,
obviously
yeah.
the takedowns on the Monday, which is the 5th. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
4th will be the final day.
Yeah, I'm glad it's a bit later because one of my good friends' weddings is on the 18th of
well, there
August,
you
so it's
go.
perfect.
That's why we've done it.
Perfect.
That's why we did it.
It's like you knew. Ricky Kebab says Oscar for best special effect in a motion picture.
The things they've made me do over the years. The things they've made me do. Did you have any tough spots yesterday?
Yeah, I fought a Queen's Prix. We talked about it a little bit before. I would have won a 120k pot,
right?
But it would have been a flip. It was Ace King.
All right.
So yeah, I mean, it's probably why I went through one bullet because I wasn't taking those spots. But yeah, it's all right. I'm happy with 64k. I definitely took it at the start of the day.
Is Ellie coming to play the turbo? Or is it?
No, so
in the family.
So the kids are coming over, so she's not going to play because I've made day 2.
Yeah.
So she's not going to play. If I bust day 2, she might come in and play the tournament on Saturday night. It's the bounty, right?
Yes, 4 o'clock. Yeah.
So if I bust, she might come and late reg that.
Yeah.
But I'm not too sure. I would be very happy with Eddie Howe, Chelsea fan. After what we've had over the last few years, Eddie Howe would be an amazing appointment, I think.
I said 2 years ago Eddie Howe would be good at Newcastle.
Should have put that 500 to 1 on.
I said.
Russ says, has Wombo got in yet? And if so, how many has he blinded down to?
It was alternate number 16, I think, 16. When he got in. So I'm sure he's in now. We'll try and find out, Russ. But he was here. He was here in plenty of time.
Oh, I just heard Triggs out on his first bullet. Unfortunately.
We've got a picture of him.
Yeah.
We'll get him again, I'm sure.
We will. We've got an empty. Oh, no, Michael Allen came in. Sorry, I missed that. It's a good player, Mike Allen. He's had some very deep runs recently.
Has he?
He chopped Leeds GUKPT.
Ah, right, okay.
The one where Brett won it.
So the numbers are off the charts again.
Nice one, Ellie. See you soon.
See you soon, Ellie. Safe trip.
I just look like a mouth check raising 2 pair in front of we don't even know the hand.
Can they see your hand?
Yeah. Just mugging me off big time. I mean, surely you had it, right? Even the streams too. What'd you have? Just tell her. That's not fair. It rhymes with fair.
Christian has ribbed the straight and Gary has ribbed 2 pairs, so be interesting to see his size. It does go all in, so I think Gary will probably get away from this now.
Rivered the first draw, rivered the straight draw.
Yeah. He's got to think about what kind of hands we beat here. It's going to be very, very difficult for him to bluff this river. But it can get quite difficult. We talked about this before. It's very easy to level yourself in these spots and think, well, what if he's just got the bare ace of hearts here and he's turning it into a bluff. But I think he will get away from this. It's just going to take a bit of time.
Yeah.
Stare Christian down and come to a conclusion.
9 of spades would have been harder to get away from.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of would, but then again, like the 9 of hearts on the river as well, it does give Christian a possible bluff if he just has the ace of hearts in his hand. But yeah, I think that's a good fold.
It is very good fold. And a correct fold, you'll find out. Got it?
Yeah. So Gary on 11.2k, but still plenty at this stage. Even after the break, he'll be come back to 200, 300.
Yeah.
So still plenty to play with.
What's the line on Womble playing his first hand, do you reckon, Tower, says Russ? I just think he's ticking a chair up. Somebody else could play poker, to be fair. Womble's just going to blind away.
I don't know if I know Womble.
No, Steve Walmsley is an old Blackpool player.
Oh, okay.
Steve Walmsley. Nickname Womble. He's one of the old players that played in Blackpool years and years and years ago.
Watch this, Frank.
Oh no, what we got now?
What have we got?
Is it the one? You've seen this one?
Is it the Superman?
It's Superman.
Out the window? Or... Oh no. Oh, is it the one where he runs towards the camera? Yeah, probably.
King 10 9 flop for the sixes for Michael Caine in seat number 1. Check bet fold, got to get away from the sixes.
Prepare yourselves.
Prepare yourselves, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not even the fact that you jump and fall over. It's just, there's a randomised screen band just next to it as well. Jesus, Tower.
Oh. It gets funnier every time.
It does.
Oh my days. I actually
Can
thought
that be made into a GIF?
I actually thought that brought on the flooding in Leeds. Oh dear.
Anthony with the queens. Gary folds the threes. Oh wow. This is a cooler. Queens versus aces. Just took Tower falling down to make this happen. So 3-bet to 2.3k.
Cheers, Bob. Thank you.
And Nicholas Ramsey. Nicholas
So rest to 2.3 should be a 4-bet coming in. What's about 7?
It'll be interesting to see what Calagaro does here. I just snap jams. And it goes in, okay.
It's all in. As quick as you like. Ace against queens. It is Karen afternoon on Twitch. This is the Jamniks.
You alright, Karen? How are you doing?
Always wins your home game, doesn't she?
She used to. She's slacking lately, though.
Uh-oh.
She's a slacker.
No need for that.
She knows I'm joking.
Oh, we get to see you in London.
Oh,
my days. Where's that come from?
So, an ace or a king. Calagaro. Oh! Wow.
Oh,
Brilliant.
you
We've
give it
waited
with
for
one
that.
hand, you take away with the other.
It's a brutal one, isn't it?
Oh my days.
Such a cooler. Such a cooler. 62.8k for Calagaro now. It's a huge stack at this stage. Over 200 big blinds.
Ouchie, ouch. He just hit the queen and he just Well, that'll do nicely, he says.
We see Spand walk past, getting his camera
Uh-oh.
time. I know he busted his first bullet today. He said he was on the alternate list to go back in. So
everybody is who's coming back in. It's just that busy. I think we're on about 245 so far.
Yeah, it's huge.
Just today.
Oh, Sylvia's in the chat. You're right, Sylvia. Anthony will be screwing.
Yeah, there's been no fireworks today on Bonfire Night. Not yet.
No. There's some tomorrow though. Going on over the road. For those of you in Blackpool, if you're out at 5:15, there's going to be a big firework display outside.
Hi up, Slinky. Sylvia, hope you're well. How's the ticker? Hope things are good, Sylv.
Yeah, hope all is good, Sylvia. Hopefully see you soon. It's been a while.
It has. You missed the biggest season of the year.
I know.
We need to see you at a poker table very soon.
How's the Tinder?
How's the Tinder? Who's that aimed at?
Sylvia, I think. I think she got forced to go on Tinder.
Oh, she was
I
updating
saw
from the train station, wasn't she? Was it a train station?
I can't remember. I briefly saw it. I remember it.
Got 4 hits straight away, apparently.
It's alright, isn't it? She's getting there. I'll be back soon. Oh, that's great, Sylvia.
Good stuff.
The tour's not the same without you.
Lost a bet because Liverpool battered Man United.
Yeah, I look like Casper. I've got the light shining on me.
I know, yeah, it's really weird, isn't it?
Yeah, coupled with the fact that I am very, very pale.
Well, you had a chance to get it. Well, to be fair, you've been abroad more than most.
Yeah, I just burn. I burn with factor 50 on in like 18 degrees in England, so you can imagine what I'm like abroad. We don't get the sun up north, you know.
Yeah, you walk down the prom today, it's not suntan you're going to get, it's rust.
Yeah.
The wind's a bit bracing today.
With my skin, I'll probably get a tan off the illuminations. Ginger skin jam mix. You're not wrong, Karen. Oh, Michael's all in. Oh, Calagero with a decision here with 7s. I think he'll probably get away from this, given the positions.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good forward with the 7s. I mean, obviously we can see Michael's got 9s, but in general it's a good forward.
I think Man United are a good price at 4-1 to 1.
Who they play?
Man City.
I don't know if they are. Newcastle are 5-1 on Grosvenor, you know?
Yeah, but you're playing Brighton away.
Yeah.
Brighton should be 1-3.
Nah. I mean, depends if Eddie Howe's in charge by then.
No, he's not in the dugout.
Yeah, I know,
What
but like,
we said.
if he goes in and like speaks to them beforehand and stuff.
Do we ever see Cody or Pennings play in the UK these days? Not very often. We'll see Matt in London. Not seen Jake all season. Well, it's been a couple of years, 2 or 3 years now since we saw Jake.
Will he be in Vegas, do you reckon?
Yeah, I'd be amazed if he's not in Vegas. Well, Matt could be as well, to be fair.
Yeah. Connor will get beat by Brighton. Have a little faith, mate. We've got to win eventually, right?
You have. When do you play Burnley?
I'm not sure actually, mate. I think it's in December.
There you go, there's your first win.
Yeah, I might be wrong.
Second win probably Norwich.
We got Brentford after Brighton.
Yeah, Brentford started all right, but wheels are starting to fall off, aren't they?
Yeah.
Ollie must be in charge.
Yeah. I'm gonna miss that game. Season ticket. Anthony's hit a piece of this. Anthony with 2-3 suited +1, so I missed the pre-flop action, but it's just gone raised call. So Anthony's called under the gun +1 with 2-3 of clubs, which is going to get him into trouble fairly often. But yeah, it's just always going to check through on that type of board.
Prof says, what, apart from the main event, what else are you going to play in Vegas? There won't be much else for the World Series.
Yeah, there is. There's actually a fair bit on afterwards. So I've got like a schedule of 7 events besides the main, I think. There's a 1500, there's an 800 deep stack, there's a $1,979 bounty, which is basically because 1,979 because the first World Series is in 1979 or whatever year it was, and they've got all of the old players, so say like Doyle Brunson and people like that, all of the old winners, and if you knock one of them out you get a special bounty.
Oh right, okay.
So there's that one.
That's why Doyle's playing the World Series. It was spotted, wasn't it?
Yeah.
87-year-old Doyle Brunson.
Yeah. But in answer to your question, Tony, Prof23, I hope that I don't get to play anything else because I'll still be in the main. That's the plan. A few of your girls, Lynn, Sin, Debs. Yeah, I've seen all of those. Swifty's in. I saw PJ there as well.
Who's PJ?
Paul Jackson.
All right. Well, I was just going for the girls. I'm thinking PJ.
Yeah. That's why he's just stuck on the end.
Afterthought.
Yeah.
Just the man.
It's not as important as the rest of them.
Just a fella. PJ, you know.
So Michael gets the check mark on the river. He's not going to be getting any value. Be interesting to see how much he bets here though. I think he'll go fairly small, try and get some value from like Jack X. He might bet like 1,200 or something. He's decided to go bigger.
So just under 30 minutes to go until the 60-minute dinner break.
What are you going to get for your dinner, Tower?
It's the complimentary meal is a chicken curry with rice or a vegetable curry option.
Nice. It was chilly yesterday, wasn't it?
It was. Which wasn't bad actually.
I didn't
rice
have
and
it.
nachos.
Thought I'd experience proper Blackpool and go to the chippy.
Oh, nice one.
Very good.
Nice one. There's some good ones, there's some bad ones, there's some normal ones.
Yeah. We went to one just up behind the travel lodge. It was alright.
Yeah.
It was decent. No chips on naan.
You don't have chips with the curry.
An extra £5 on the reg fee if you want the chips.
Chips with the curry.
Brad's coming into hand. We haven't seen him play much. So he calls with the Queen Jack off and cut off. Flush draw for the big blinds.
977.
I think this might check through a lot of the time. Yeah.
Checked all around 3 of spades on the turn.
I think we could see Anthony lead quite a lot here. Yeah, he does.
Oh, Brad's on his break, so he's now watching the live stream to make sure he's not made any mistakes. Sat in the bar area having a bit of curry. Obviously, we work on a 30-minute delay, but we go on our dinner break at 5 to 5. And then we'll be back at 5:55. See, it's 5 to 5. It's Friday, it's 5 to 5. What's the next line?
Sorry, Tower.
So in the chat box, if I shouted, it's Friday, it's 5 to 5.
Jay wouldn't have let you down like this, would he?
Yes. Jay would have. Jay definitely would have let us down. Yes, Ricky Kebabs is straight in, Prof.
It looks like all of those over 50.
There you go.
I'm joking, because Ricky Kebabs isn't over 50, but...
There you go, Kev Floor. Best programme on telly, man.
Michael H is Mike Allen, right? Michael Allen is in seat 4. Does it come up as Michael H, has it?
Does it come up as Michael H? Oh, it does, Because obviously Michael is in C1, that's Michael Kane.
Yeah, yeah.
Error with sausage fingers. Apologies about that. Absolutely, it's 5 to 5. It's Friday, it's 5 to 5. It's Cracker Jack!
4 nights. Say all these numbers. 58. That must be 1958. Mark B 52. That'll be 52. That just proves my point. Tony 23. Prof 23. That sounds about right for you, Tony. In the. I'm only joking.
Absolutely. Bit of Cracker Jack on a Friday afternoon.
Evan Goose says Dave is a big sausage.
Well, I'm glad you said it.
They might be able to hear us now. Now that all the tables have cleared out behind.
Name the original presenters. Flipping heck. What's his name? Roy Castle?
Why are you asking me? Leslie Crowther says Blue 58.
Leslie Crowther? Blinking heck. Well, Luke's a lot older than I am. Leslie Crowther. That's a good shout. Now it is. Yes, that's correct. That is correct. Leslie Crowther.
3-bet here from Anthony with 3-4.
Sorry, Kev.
So this twice Anthony's starting to turn the screw a little bit. We've just seen him call with, I can't remember if it's 2-3 or 3-4, and now he's 3-betting the 3-4. Mark 4-betting with the ace-5 off, so people are starting to get out of line here. Fogg's knowing his opponent, knowing that he can make a move, and does so. Denshaw, thank you for the good looks, mate. I really appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Got to win Blackpool before that, though.
Yes.
That's the plan.
Chef Brad shouts, come on, Chef Brad. Ricky Kebab says, you're going to play hand, man. There'll be a spoiler coming in here.
Yeah, probably.
There'll be a spoiler coming very, very soon. I play one.
Chef Brad's got himself a warning off Nightbot, has he? Already. Not like him to get banned in a Twitch chat, is it?
So, as you can see, top right hand corner, 21 minutes to go until the end of this session.
Michael in the small blind. Ace-5 suited might just go for it here, but he does just make the call. By go for it, I mean 3-bet, not jam. Well, it could jam. That's a decent flop.
10-8-4, all spades. Any flops about for Michael?
I think Anthony's going to continue. From what we've seen, he's been quite aggressive. So, if you're in Michael's spot here, I'm not too sure if he's got the info on what Anthony's been doing, but in Michael's spot, you can't do anything but just call. If you have the information that he's been pretty aggressive up until this point, which Michael does seem to know. Again, I think it's just going to go check from Michael, hoping that Anthony pulls the trigger again, but he doesn't.
Well, the 7 of spades brings him the flush draw.
Anthony does have the 6 of spades, but now Michael's going to have to think about how much value he can extract. Does he think that Anthony's going to check the king of spades or the queen of spades or the jack of spades on the turn? From what we've seen, Tower, he probably wouldn't, because he's been quite aggressive. But we don't know if Michael's got that info. So given the info that we've got, we probably want to go quite small. But Michael might think that he can get paid off something like the jack of spades. I mean, we can see it's the 6 of spades that Anthony's got here. And he just can't call with the 6 of spades. He just can't.
Oh, that's cool.
He can.
But he can come.
That
He's four with 6 of spades.
That shut me up. So Michael gets max value there, which just shows he's a very, very good player, as Michael Caine. Like, I've played with him in some big comps, and this is why. Like, he's just made a move there that I probably wouldn't have, because in my opinion, if I was in that spot, I'd think, oh well, if he has got the 5 of spades or the 6 of spades, I want to go for thin value and go quite small.
Yeah.
But Michael knows his opponent, knows that he might call off with that type of hand, and just goes for it. So well played, Michael.
Full value near a starting stack for Michael Caine. 20 minutes left at this level, and the numbers are absolutely insane. Yet again. Blackpool just delivers year on year on year. Absolutely amazing.
It's great to see. Like,
it's just fantastic.
I mean, I don't think it's anything to do with the pandemic, Tara. I think it's all about the new pro that was signed in January.
Well,
bringing
absolutely.
The crowds in. I
Well,
think that's what it is.
Just absolutely.
Yeah, that's.
I mean,
it's obvious.
He ain't grinder. He promise you ain't. It's not for Gary off the gym, no. It's for Jill and Julie.
So King 10, Jack 10. As we say, just say Michael H, but it's Michael Allen.
See that makes me chuckle. I wouldn't.
Michael Caine.
You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off.
Very good Chelsea fan. Very
Like it.
good. I suppose you got to have a sense of humour being a Chelsea supporter, don't you? Nah, to be fair, champions of Europe, they absolutely walked all over Newcastle when we played them. Got a good side. Chef Brad, we know you're in the chat. You don't have to keep going crazy to let us know. To be fair, mate, I've been saying that the majority of what you've done has been good today, so keep it up.
Excellent.
I assume you're still in. I hope you're still in. If so, good luck after the break. Is Chef Brad still streaming? Yeah, he's got a stream t-shirt on. Mike Allen is going to raise small diamond pocket sevens into Chef Brad, who's got ace 6. Just snap calls. And this is an interesting flop now, because comes King Jack 10. Michael is probably going to continue a fair amount of the time, but what he has to be aware of is that Brad's called quite quickly, which means that he's going to have some Broadway type hands. Brad's completely lost interest. He's not even looking at the action, he was looking around, so Michael might be aware that this is a sign that he can start bluffing turns. Michael does check and Brad's going to bet. I mean, Brad rarely has King X because he's probably betting the flop a lot. So he's repping 10x Jack X and gets the job done.
Indeed he does. 246 today.
Already?
Prize pool £423,000.
Can't wait to get a chunk of that. Such a good turnout, Tower. Such a good turnout. And we're not even at... We haven't even started level 5 of day 2, and we've got another flight.
Yeah, and we've already beat 2019 numbers. We are 20 above that already. 385 already.
Brilliant stuff. For those of you that may be thinking about entering, today's flight runs until around about midnight.
Yeah.
And you can enter right up until the end. You can actually enter into day 2, which is at 12 midday tomorrow. There's also a turbo flight tonight, which starts at 9 PM. It's the exact same structure, except it's a 20-minute clock. So that one finishes at usually around 1 o'clock?
Yeah, 1 a.m.
1 a.m., yeah.
Just,
So.
like, the live stream finishes around about 12:30, 12:35, and it's just usually after we've finished.
Yeah.
So it's actually not too late. It's pretty decent.
It's good. I've played a couple of them, and they're a lot of fun.
It's amazing this year how many uniques there are.
Yeah.
Playing
Yeah.
just the turbo.
Yeah.
And that's every leg, not just this leg. Obviously this leg there could be 50, 60, but every single leg you do see uniques just turning up for the turbo.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really good. I mean, even like really, really well-known players. So, for example, Ryan Mandara.
Yeah.
He actually played the day one yesterday, but he said that was just because he was here. He really likes playing the turbo, and he likes doing that. And he's done that in Luton, I think. He did it in Manchester.
Yeah.
And he really enjoys it. So I think that's something that he might do in the future, and quite a lot of players might, because you don't have to. For those that maybe can't make the Thursday or the Wednesday, it's quite a good thing. For those that might be working Monday to Friday and finish work, get here at a reasonable time, still play the full thing from 9 o'clock and not miss any levels.
Yeah, it's a good addition. People were a little bit worried about the turbo. Will it take off? Will it get the numbers? Yep. If they got the space today, it could easily get 100 runners in the turbo.
I wouldn't be surprised if it did. Interesting one here. Brad has got the check mark.
4 to the flush.
4 to the flush, yeah. So if Brad checks, I feel like Michael might start bluffing this. Brad could come in for a small block bet, but I don't think he's going to. I think the most likely scenario is it goes check bet from Michael. It's whether he believes he's got showdown with the ace high, and I don't think he has got that much when the flop's been called. So I feel like Michael has to turn his hand into a bluff here, and if he does so, he's probably going to bet around about 3.5, 4k, and that'll put Brad in a really horrible spot. I just check behind, so Brad's going to take it down.
Jack, yeah.
Decides to give up.
Tip. The tick mark stays down as he goes check.
So Brad up to 22k. Calagero miles ahead at the top with 62k. Mark Foggin in second and 35k. Christian on 30k.
And just over 10 minutes to go until the end of this session. Thanks for Jamie for jumping in.
That's alright, mate. Nothing else to do, it's a day off.
I know, Ellie's stuck on the M62.
I know.
Well, she's not yet, but she will be.
Yeah, she will be. She will be. It's weird this, I don't know what to do with myself, because normally I'm just playing again. So it's good. But no, thanks for having me, mate. It's been enjoyable.
You don't play too much cash, do you?
No, not a lot. Not a lot of cash. I play a bit now and again, but I'm not.
There were 11 cash tables here last night.
I know.
And I actually think that is a record for Blackpool.
Is it really?
I think so.
There's always big cash in Blackpool.
There is, but there's normally like 5, 6 or 7. 11 just seems to be like an exuberant amount of tables. But
yeah,
when you want to play Omaha until 8:30 in the morning, then let them.
Well, that's it. What was it? 9 AM the dealer's choice game started this morning.
Yeah, they were walking in at 9 AM to start the dealer's choice.
Brilliant.
Just started at 10:25 Omaha game.
10:25 Omaha.
Marvellous.
Anybody wants to get the name on the 10:25 Omaha list?
Get your name in. Yeah, 10:25 PLO just been announced. If anybody wants to put 50 quid down on the table.
Yeah. Well, speaking of 50 quid, Russ is saying the 10:25 has a 50 straddle, so
wow.
I think I know what I'm doing. It's definitely not playing them, but I might be watching it. Speaking of high stakes PLO, in the grand final at London, there's going to be a 1k PLO tournament, isn't there?
Yes.
4, 5, 6.
Well, we need to. We actually asked a question. I need to find Jim. I don't know whether he's gone back. I think he's on his way back home at some point tomorrow, or it might even be today. Because on the London schedule, the first Omaha event, the smaller buy-in, it says it's only 4 card on the schedule.
Oh, okay.
So we need to check that with Jim.
Yeah.
So if you're watching Jim, and he's just driving back down the, I think he's got a meeting in Manchester.
No, it's not too far. From
Yeah, I think he's got a meeting in Manchester. So if you're watching Jim, is the Omaha the first smaller buy-in in London? Is it 4 card, or is it 4, 5, and 6? Maybe I should just text him.
Could probably do that, yeah.
If he doesn't answer shortly,
Yeah.
then I'll be sending a message and you will get the answer before we start level number 5 of the day.
We got some action here.
Yeah, flop
Mark
set.
has flopped a set. He bet 1.5k and Anthony has snap called this one. Michael Allen folded Ace King correctly, and probably when he looks back at this, he'll be very thankful that he did. Because he would have got himself in trouble. And Mark dragging in another nice pot up to 39.1k now, almost double starting stack. He always seems to do well at these events, Mark Fogan. Good player, nice guy as well. And he's a Geordie.
Alright, and obviously with the cash as well, if you are playing any no limit game around the country, the bad beat jackpot at this moment in time currently stands at £290,000. How has it not been won? How? They must do
It's unbelievable.
thousands and thousands of hands per month. They have to.
Everyone's going to have to start playing deuces plus.
Absolutely. Quad deuces beaten in any hand at no limit, wherever you are in the country.
You know,
from 6 till 6 every day.
I might have to play cash for a couple of hours before Ellie and the kids arrive.
This is one I should ask. If a GUKPT starts and we're in town and the cash games start earlier, does the back B jackpot still only run 6 till 6?
It says 6 till 6 on the promotion, doesn't it? So
Yeah.
I believe it's only if you win.
Imagine have quads over quads at 10 to.
Fuming, wouldn't you?
Because I understand cash games don't normally start until after 6 o'clock in casinos around the country. But when a GUKPT's on, they're all starting early. They're always cash games. There were 4 cash games yesterday at 1 PM.
I think it's maybe because the cash games don't start in all the clubs at the same time.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. Imagine doing it here in Blackpool at 10 to 6.
Actually, yeah.
You win.
Yeah, I'm not gonna sit down. Yeah, there'll be a wait list at the moment as well for cash. So.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. There is a big waiting list because there's so many runners in the main.
So if anybody does want to get involved, make sure before you come down, put your name on the list with the Poker Live app, because you'll skip a lot of the waiting time if you do that.
Yeah.
And then when you arrive, just make sure you come and let everyone know that you're here.
Alright. I think everybody's looking at the clock and thinking it's about time for a bit of meat curry. We've got about 7 minutes left of this session. Back with a brand new table after the break. We'll bring you the names when they come to sit down. Starting again at 5:55.
Oh, PK's doing what you were doing before now.
Yeah, but he's got no friends. He's just trying to get Frankie to wander with him.
Yeah, Frankie didn't look happy, did
I
he?
was stood here chewing Lynn's ear off and I completely forgot about the camera.
Is Jay nursing a cold again? No, it's not Jay, it's Jamie, that's why.
So when the dots go, the dots off. I feel like an apple. So come over and one behind you. Peaked at the fence and I've just gone lower and lower.
Brad says he has a face for radio. You don't have the voice for it though, Brad.
Oh, no. Brad 18322 said it happened at Bolton a few weeks back about 5:45.
Oh, no way.
I'm not sure.
Oh, no.
No, I don't know. You're a bit ill. quads over quads when jackpot was about 230,000.
That is
so
a
it's definitely 6 till 6.
That is a proper bad beat, that one.
That is absolutely. Wow.
So top pair here for Calagero. Andy's turned the flush draw to go with it. Gary, we can't see what his hand is. He hasn't been in too many pots, Gary. He was put in a spot earlier where he had 2 pair against a straight. Calagero betting 1k into 1.8. Gary calls.
Hey Dan, no, I'm in for Jay. Jay has taken an hour, and then obviously we're on a dinner break in 5 minutes. So Jay had an hour with Jamie, and I got myself the pleasure of an hour with Jamie as well. So that's how it's worked. Jamie's done a couple of hours of his free time, and that's how we're doing it. Jay did the first hour, and running up to the dinner break, I'm doing the same. And we are heading on that break in under 5 minutes time, and a 60-minute dinner break for everybody to go and enjoy. Be able to watch Crackerjack.
I will.
So it'll be 5 to 5 on a Friday.
I know that now. I know that for next time.
Absolutely.
You know what would have been really good if we saw one? One of them was a 3. 3, 4 was a straight.
Nothing wrong with Jamie's dulcet tones though. It's dulcet is a compliment for me. It's pretty monotone, let's be honest.
So the clock's red in the top right hand corner, giving us less than 5 minutes of this session.
I thought Chef Brad was gonna get involved here. He's been quiet, hasn't he? I mean, he might not have been quiet vocally, but hasn't been in too many hands.
John Bonnet is, you're right. We asked a question about half an hour ago when we realised the break was on Friday at 5 to 5, and Jamie just went, no idea. Half the chat box, no idea. And then the old ones turned up and saved my bacon.
It was about 5 minutes later though, because it took them that long to type it out, right?
So the last couple of hands of the session. Thanks to Jamie Nixon for joining us. We'll be twiddling his thumbs a little bit later.
I will.
Because we've made day 2, which is good stuff.
It's nice because I've got Jay to thank. I watched a little bit of the stream back and he said that was card dead, and then it was just Queens.
Yes.
So I've got him to thank. For
the half an hour after he said that was just incredible.
It's good. You should say that all the time. So Anthony opening King 7 of Diamonds +2 off a very short stack. He's not afraid to mix it up, is Anthony. He has been called by pocket sixes though, so I think. Okay. Oh, sorry, no. Christian opened and Anthony came along with a King 7 of Diamonds. Sorry, I missed that action there.
One more hand.
Ricky Kebabs off to get drunk all weekend. Good luck tomorrow.
Nice one,
Back
Ricky
watching on
Kebabs.
Sunday. Ah, nice mate. Have a good one.
Do we remember run around? Yes. Ask a question, and there were 3 round spots on the floor, and it was a kids program, obviously, from schools, and you had to jump on the answer. Was it answer 1, answer 2, or answer 3? And then you got the chance to run around and change your mind.
Oh.
And he'd shout, "Do you want to run around? Go, 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 go!" And that's what he'd do. And then he'd change the answer.
I could imagine you being a game show presenter, so I actually could. With the catchphrases and everything. It'd be good.
Aye, run around, we might read. That has to be the 70s. Has to be. Everybody standing up because this will be the last hand of the session.
Right over King Jack.
The man here is on his way we will see you. Oh, yeah, I can see now with the light. I see now why they call you Casper.
Half and half, isn't it?
It looks like I've had a suntan. It looks like I've been on sunbeds rather than the thing. But the last hand of the session, thanks to everybody for tuning in. This guy's been a legend.
Thank you very much.
A couple of hours in the comms. Jay will be back. This is the final hand of the session.
Oh wow!
Queen 9 King Jack. We'll just flick back to it. I don't think there's going to be any action. Well, Michael does lead out.
Michael was a pre-flop raiser, so I think Mark might just call here. I mean, he could raise, but he's just going to push out all of like the Ace King, King Jack, King 10, Ace 10, Ace Jack type hands. If he does do that, so I think he might call. It does look like a raise though. What's that to? 27? 37. Michael does have an over and the straight draw. Doesn't look like he wants to give it up straight away. Could be tempted to make a move here. I think Mark might just be pulling the trigger because it's the break. And he is gonna come along. Thing is, when he does get there, it's going to be very disguised. The ace is interesting now because Mark has 2 pair, but this ace improves. So a hand that Michael's going to have a lot is ace queen in this spot. He could also have some flush draws, ace high flush draws, which obviously Mark is still ahead of, but has improved Michael to a pair as well. I was aware of that, so he is going to continue, but I don't think Mark will be going anywhere just yet. The only issue is the SPR is a bit weird now. Michael has 14k behind, there's 9.2k in the middle. So if he does bet, what sizing does he choose? Does he go small to set it up as a river jam, so like 3k? That's 4k, so if this gets called, there's going to be 17.2 in the middle, and Michael is going to have 10k behind. So the SPR is going to be very low. And Mark is going to be aware of this. He's going to feel like if he calls here, it's always going in on the river. So he's just going to jam,
the jam
to avoid that. And I'll get out the way.
Yeah,
so
the snap fold. Good hand to finish with.
Yeah, up to 47k. Well played, Fogs. Unlucky, Michael.
Absolutely. Quickly before we finish, in the show run around, did he have I didn't know he had a female presenter. I know Gary Crowley did it at one point, in with a husky voice, but I didn't realise that. But, and it's 5 to 5, so it's crackerjack! We will see you back here in 60 minutes' time. Thanks to Jamie.
Cheers, everyone.
We will see you back after the dinner break, and we'll continue the chat. Catch you then, guys.
See you later, everyone.
Welcome to another hour with the Tower, and we have had to go to Vegas for the next special guest because, regarded as the best online MTT player in history with 16.5 million lifetime total earnings, under the legendary nickname Moment One, which now means you know who it is, 5.9 million in lifetime earnings, holding 2 of the 3 Triple Crown. He's got a World Series bracelet and a WPT. He's 9th on the all-time money list in England, but that doesn't matter because for an hour with the Tower, it is the one and only Mr. Chris Moorman.
Thanks for having me on the podcast, Phil.
Oh man, how you doing? How's Vegas?
Yeah, good. Like it's getting hot here actually. Oh well, obviously it's summer, but actually it's not as hot as it normally is for the you know the World Series every summer. It's been quite chill. It's actually you can go outside and not sweat your balls off, so it's been nice.
How's lockdown been?
Yeah, not too bad actually. Like I was quite fortunate because just before it all went down, I was away. I was in England in the whole of January. I was playing a couple of live tournaments. I had an 8-at-8 tournament in Madrid. and I was playing a big tournament at Dusk Till Dawn as well. So I was away for the whole of January, and then just before it all kind of went down, I got back and I was in Vegas because obviously it would have sucked to being sort of away somewhere and not being able to get back home and being apart from my wife for like months. So yeah, I was kind of lucky that I was back home and at least I wasn't lonely. I had someone to hang out with, and yeah, no complaints really.
You've been in Vegas a couple of years, all right?
Yeah, like on and off. I kind of split my time between traveling the circuit still and and like staying here.
Brilliant stuff. We're going to start basically at the beginning because how did you learn? Where did you first start playing poker, and when was it?
God, it feels like a lifetime ago now. Guess it was like I was at university at Essex University studying economics, not doing too hot, like kind of failing. I was getting distracted. Like at the time, I was getting distracted by pool. I'd always played pool growing up, and then we at university I joined the pool club. We had a pretty good team. We played in the national championships every year, and I guess this was it was up in Derby, I think, the national championships, and we'd gone to Derby, played that year. I think it was my first year at university. And on the way home, one of my friends saw in like the student newspaper about this free tournament on Victor Chandler Poker that all students could play. It was free to buy in, and the winner would get. I think the winner got the equivalent of about $500, but they also got a seat in this big live tournament in London. So me and my friends didn't even know the rules of poker at this point, but we decided, okay, we'll give it a spin. It's free to enter. It was on a Monday night, so there was not much going on campus that night. So me and my like 4 flatmates went on Yahoo, because it wasn't even Google back then. We went on Yahoo, printed out a set of rules, started playing amongst ourselves with like two pence coins, and yeah, just played the free roll every week. And first sort of 5 or 6 times did absolutely nothing kind of thing, and lost every hand. And then I actually came second one week for like $120. Obviously, I was gutted to come second because I missed out on the live seat, but still $120 was good money to me. I was a broke student. So now I had the dilemma of whether I cash out and sort of take my money and run, or sort of play around with it and see what happened. And I was really 50-50. I kept asking everyone because I didn't want to be determined as a gambler kind of thing. And in the end, I just decided to sort of have fun with it. And it went from there, really.
You've turned into, obviously, the early days of poker, you've turned into the #1, an absolute phenom. We've looked back at your pocket fives. Do you know exactly, or